Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei Reincarnated Stronger Than Before. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The preparation of the summoning magic circle is complete. We will open the dragon gate, said Azazel. The Gremory group along with the people who were involved were on the transportation floor. They were currently opening the dragon gate to summon Issei. Tannen was assisting in opening the dragon gate, and Valley was waiting at the side while he was enduring the damage from Samuel. The underworld was in chaos. The monsters which were created by Leonardo, the possessor of the sacred gear Annihilation Maker, were rampaging in the underworld. The devils, angels and the fallen angels were deploying their counterattack squads, but they were unable to face the formidable monsters. The monsters were able to create more anti-monsters by themselves while they are advancing forward. Issei-kun, we need you. There are many children in the capital waiting for you to come. Please come back. Kiba said to himself. Yes. It's connected. Azazel shouted. The magic circle which was created is starting to glow. The jewel of Fafnir that Azazel held glowed in a golden color. Vala's body also emitted a white light. Tannen's body glowed in a purple color. The light was so intense that most of the group needed to block the light with their hands. The light stopped. What appeared at the magic circle was 8 pawn pieces. Crimson red, just like Rias's hair. For a moment, everyone was confused, until Azazel went pale and dropped on his knees lifelessly. You idiot! Azazel let out a scream of rage while he said those words. That's when the group started to understand what happened. Rias looked like she had her life sucked out of her. Aquino sat down of the floor not blinking once. Asia still couldn't understand what had happened. Ravel and Kaneko both were weeping in denial. They did not want to believe what they just saw. Kiba leaned back on a wall close by and looked to the sky, with tears forming on his eyes. That was the day when the world lost the beloved Issei dragon. Scene change. The counter squads sent out by the 3 factions were finally able to overpower the monsters. Since Shalba was eradicated, it seems like the monsters were not able to use their full strength for long. After the monsters were defeated, all the 3 factions were busy in fixing the mess the monsters cause. Sure, it was a lot of work, but they were more than happy with the outcome. However, with the Gremory group, things were much different. No one has seen Rias for days as she locked herself in her room. Aquino was crying most of the time, and the time she was not crying, she had a hollow and lifeless expression on her face. Asia couldn't seem to stop crying. She wanted to be with Issei, she wanted to go where he was. However, she knew that it wasn't possible unless she dies, and she knew that Issei will be upset if she dies. She had a multitude of emotions bombarding her and she doesn't know how to fight them. Kaneko had a stoic expression as always, but, if you knew her, you can tell that she is extremely hurt. Her eyes were lifeless, even more so than before, and she looked like she was on the brink of killing herself. Ravel didn't fare better. Even after her brothers came to comfort her, she was always shedding tears. Kiba was the only one who could keep his composure, mostly. He had a straight face when he was talking to anyone, but below that mask he forced himself to wear, he was no less depressed than the others. During times like this, Issei was the one who would talk to them and cheer them up, but who will do that now? Ding dong. The doorbell suddenly rings. Kiba, being the only one who was able to think straight for the most part, went to open the door. As he opened the door, he was met by 4 faces he did not want to face right now. We're back, said Irina. It seemed like the news didn't reach them yet, considering the happy tone Irina was speaking in. We told the truth to Archangel Michael and the Valley group are no longer suspected to have been working with the old Mao faction. Zenobia said. We met Surzex on our way here and we told him what we knew. He was really relieved that Vala's group was actually on our side, since it would have been hectic to fight a group with that much power. Heck, he even said that Kuroka is no longer considered a stray, as he was researching a bit on her old master and considering what Kuroka told us and from what Surzex could gather, her old master was a really abusive guy and used his peerage for experiments, and what Kuroka did to him was going to be done to him sooner or later. She added, feeling really happy that they don't have to be under constant pressure of associating with a stray devil. My training proved really useful as well. However, I'm sorry for not being there at such a time, I didn't know," said Rosweiss with an apologetic tone towards the end. Kiba made a small smile on seeing them, but on the inside he knew that it was him who was going to tell them about Issei. "I can't wait to train with Issei-senpai. I'll show him that I've gotten strong and I will assist him on his dream," Gasper added energetically. After hearing Gasper, Kiba started to form tears in his eyes, but quickly blinked them away. How was he ever going to tell them that Issei? "Come in, it's good to see you all," Kiba escorted them inside. Judging from his voice, the four could feel that Kiba wasn't feeling the best, but they just thought that he was tired. Akino was sitting on the couch when they all entered. They saw Akino's hollow expression and were confused by it. "Akino-san, we have returned," said Zenobia. "Akino-san," she said after noticing that Akino didn't quite hear them. "Oh, welcome back," said Akino with a really hollow voice. It seems like she didn't have energy to do anything. Kaneko, Ravel and Asia came down to the living room. "Welcome back," said Kaneko, who was more lifeless than usual. Ravel and Asia were not able to respond without breaking down completely, so they just bowed. "What is up with you all? I would expect you all to be tired after the huge battle, but you all seem like you guys went to hell and came back, and you guys live there," said Irina, who was really shocked at how lifeless everyone was. "Where is Rias? And also Issei? I would expect him to lighten the really down mood everyone has," Rosweiss commented. Upon hearing his name, the girls couldn't hold it anymore. Akino, Asia and Ravel started crying. Even Kaneko was weeping. Irina, Zenobia, Rosweiss and Gasper were really confused. They turned to Kiba, who was barely able to keep himself from completely breaking down. "What happened here?" asked Irina. Kiba didn't even have the courage to look at them. He couldn't imagine what those four would feel after they heard the news. "Issei," Kiba started, "is dead." Irina, Zenobia, Rosweiss and Gasper just stood there, not believing what Kiba said. "I'm sorry, could you repeat that?" Rosweiss asked. Kiba lost control and started crying, not as much as the girls, but still crying. "Issei-kun is dead. He died fighting Shalba in the alternate dimension." Kiba was barely able to form a sentence. He couldn't control his emotions anymore. Issei was more than a fellow peerage member, he was a friend, he was a brother. Kiba was holding back his emotions for too long and now he was letting it out. Gasper just flat out fainted on the spot. Rosweiss slowly started breathing harder and harder as she took in what Kiba said. Zenobia stared at the floor lifelessly. She was completely lost. It seemed as if she died standing. Irina fell on her knees. No. So, I refuse to believe this. Kiba, if this is a joke, I'm going to kill you. Does it look like a joke to you? Kiba said in a tone which no one had ever heard from him. His tone made everyone stop and look at him. "I'm sorry, it's too much for me to handle right now." He started sobbing and turned back to walk upstairs. Akino, Asia, Kaneko and Ravel were deeply hurt, but after seeing Kiba in such a state, they felt like he was hurt even more. "No, I don't believe this," Irina said while still kneeling down, and now she started crying as well. "Issei's not dead. He always comes back, he always does." Zenobia now started to form tears in her eyes while continuing to look down at the floor lifelessly. Issei was the first guy she really liked. Just being with him made her feel so much more comfortable than she had felt with anyone else. And now, he's just gone, and she wasn't even there. Rosweiss had a soft spot in her heart for Issei. Yes, sure, he was a pervert, but he was really sweet, always helped everyone and was more concerned about others than himself. Rosweiss didn't know it at the time, but she was also in love with Issei. She tried to reason with herself to go and look at the cause for his death, but she was unable to think straight right now and started sobbing. Gasper was still out cold on the floor. Asia managed to pick him up while still sobbing and took him to a room. The girls didn't want to move and all just sat the couch and crying their hearts out. Scene change. Kiba was now in the hallway, sitting down. His back and head were leaning on the wall. One of his legs were stretched out and was lying flat on the ground, while the other was stretched inwards and he was resting his arm on the knee. He started remembering his memories with Issei. You got asked out by 3 girls? Man, I wish I could beat you up right now, pretty boy. What's up, pretty boy? Got asked out by girls again? You didn't have to answer that. Keep it with you, I don't want to see your familiar, pretty boy. Kiba laughed slightly at his memories while still sobbing. You are a pretty good fighter for a pretty boy. For a pretty boy, you do know how to say nice stuff. Kiba then recalled those memories in which he was extremely vengeful. How can I let my friend turn into a stray devil? We will help you in your quest to avenge your family and friends. Remember, Kiba, we are friends, we talk to each other when we are feeling down. Isn't that what friends do? We are going to destroy Excalibur and avenge Kiba's family. Then he remembered the time he was training with Issei. Hey Kiba. Yes, Issei-kun? If one of us dies, let's make a promise that the other one will work twice as hard to protect the girls. What are you saying, Issei-kun? We are not going to die. I know, I don't plan on dying anytime soon, and you better not die as well. I'm just saying this as we don't know what will happen in the future. I wish we did, but we don't. So let's make a promise here. If one of us dies, the other one will work twice as hard to protect the girls of the peerage of Rias Gremory. What do you say? I absolutely agree, Issei-kun. We are the boys of the peerage, we will protect them. Kiba stood up from his place. If Issei saw us right now, what would he think? He would think we have gone lower than we ever have. He looked at the doors of Rias's room. Since Issei isn't here, I will have to work twice as hard to protect the girls, and that is what I'm going to do. He thought to himself. He knocked on the doors. Rias Bucho, I'm coming in. He slowly pushed the doors, to see if Rias was going to do anything. However, he heard no response. So he continued to push the door open until he saw Rias sitting on her bed. Her eyes were swollen and were red, there are dark circles beneath her eyes. Her hair, which was never messy, was now really messy. In her hand were the 8 pawn pieces which belonged to Issei. Bucho. Kiba started. Why have you come here, Yuto? Rias said, not even glancing at her knight. Bucho, I know what you are going through, I know it's tough, but how can you know what I am going through? I lost the most precious person of my life, my one reason to continue living. Rias didn't even let Kiba finish. He was my brother as well, Rias, don't think that because you love him, that others don't. Kiba said in the tone which he did with Irina. This shook Rias to the core. I am extremely sorry, Bucho, Kiba apologized. He then started sobbing softly. Rias was surprised. She was going through a lot, but after seeing Kiba, it felt like it was nothing. He had seen her knight be happy, angry, vengeful, full of bloodlust and sad, but she has never seen him like this. He was as heartbroken as she was, and the rest of the group as well. Yuto, I'm really sorry for that, I'm just. She started, but couldn't finish as she started crying. No, Bucho, you don't have to apologize, you are deeply hurt and rightfully so, Kiba said, but I made a promise to Issei-kun once when we're training. If either of us died, we would work twice as hard to protect the girls of the group. Rias looked at her knight who was completely in tears right now. I am not Issei-kun, I can never be Issei-kun. I will never be able to fill the hole in your here or the others. As he said this, he motioned the girls outside to come in. He could sense their presence for quite some time, but he waited for a moment like this. You all were outside? Rias asked her peerage, Ravel and Irina. We heard Kiba speak to you. Rosweiss said. The other girls were still unable to talk. I've never heard him like that before today, so I thought we should go look. As I said, I'm not Issei-kun, and I'm not trying to be Issei-kun either, as I know I can never even come close to him, let alone replace him. Kiba said, however, I will keep my promise, I will work twice as hard to protect you all, and the first step is to stop you all from sulking forever. How is that going to happen, Yuto? Issei was precious to us. We deeply cared for him even if we didn't show it. With him gone, nothing is going to be the same. Rias said. What would Issei-kun think if he saw us all like this? Kiba questioned. This caused all the girls to look up at Kiba. He would think we have fallen further than we ever have. Issei-kun would have wanted us to train harder if we lost an asset to make up for that strength. He would want us to be at our level best always, he would want us to not be distant from each other, and he would want us to always be together and be a strong peerage. Issei would want us to take this as a new beginning. Akino spoke up. She was just as hurt as Rias, but she understood her fellow knight's words. Issei would still want us to face our challenges head-on. Zenobia spoke. She is not going to be the same without Issei, but she knows that Issei would have been disappointed in them if he saw them in such a state. Issei would want us to be happy. Irina spoke. Losing her childhood friend was more than hurting her deeply. Issei and Irina always stayed together, even made a promise to always protect each other even when they were away. Irina knew that Issei would want her to still do her level best and always stay strong. Issei-senpai would want us work harder. Kaneko said. She obviously hated Issei for his perverted nature, but as time went along, she found Issei to be really kind and now she loved Issei as much as the other girls. Issei would keep encouraging her to go on and be stronger. He would even buy her candy just to show that he did care for her and to make her trust him. The other girls nodded at the words said by Kiba, Akino, Zenobia, Irina and Kaneko. I will not be the same without him, but I will move on. I will work on being a better king so that no one else has to die. Ria spoke up. She let out a breath of air and then said, "Come on, my fellow peerage, we have some evil but to kick." Ria said in a confident tone. "We will make them pay for what they did to Issei-san." Isha, out of all, said that. "I will burn them till their ashes are not visible." Ravel spoke. It seems like avenging Issei brought up their mood and they were ready to take on the people responsible for his death. Scene change. Valley's team was not at its best. Valley was cured of Samuel's poison, but the death of his rival could not leave his mind. That bastard died in the hands of someone other than me, he thought. He made a promise to himself that he would defeat his rival and he will be the strongest white dragon emperor known to the world. But as time went on, he grew slightly attached to Issei. Of course, that didn't waver him from his goal of defeating him in a battle where they were equally matched, but he didn't want Issei to die either, at least this early. Kuroka was not taking this much better either. She was at first skeptical of him, and after that she only wanted him to since Valley refused to have her kids. But then she grew really attached to him after she saw his kindness towards her sister. Chiron had good taste, she thought to herself. Wish I could have spent more time with him. Lu Fei was positively in depression. She met her idol, the Security, the Issei dragon, the person she looked up to. But then, he was gone. Although she didn't quite have affection for him, she liked him as an idol. A person to look up to. While the rest of Vala's team was not hugely affected, Biko could see that their morale has went down, and Arthur especially could see the depression, not just in his team, but also in his dear sister. Inen Issei dragon, I didn't know you were this important, thought Biko. Scene change, time skip, for months. A figure now woke up from his sleep at the forest. "Oh, where am I?" said the figure in a sleepy voice. "You finally decided to wake up, partner," said a voice. "Drake? What happened? Why am I in a forest? And what happened to my body?" said the figure, now revealing himself to be Issei Haidu. "You died is what happened," Drake said. "Okay, Drake, if I died I wouldn't be on Earth, would I? Unless this is the afterlife. If it is, then I would have expected it to be much cleaner." Issei said. "You died, but you were resurrected by me, Ophis and Great Red," Drake stated. "Okay, that makes much more sense." Issei said sarcastically. "Why would Great Red revive me? And speaking of Ophis, where is she? Wasn't she with me in the altered dimension?" To the first question, I have no idea. Partner, you seem to attract strong beings to yourself. While you were dying, Great Red just happened to pass by and see what was happening. He decided to come and help you for some reason. He helped rebuild your body from scratch, and so did Ophis. So now you technically have the flesh of Great Red and Ophis in you. As for the second question, Ophis decided to remain in the dimensional gap along with Great Red. For what reason? Don't ask me. Drake explained. My body was rebuilt from scratch? But I don't feel any different. My body seems to look like how it did before. Issei asked. Great Red and Ophis were able to take the one arm you had left before your body disintegrated, and used the DNA from that hand as a base for your new body, so it looks the same. However, you are not exactly the same as before. To handle this new body Great Red and Ophis gave you, I had to turn you into a dragon, not completely but a significant part of you. You are approximately 45% dragon, 45% devil and 10% human. Drake said. Whoa! Is all that Issei could say. He was a dragon now, Great Red and Ophis gave him a new body, and he failed to keep his promise to Rias. I failed, Drake, I failed Rias, I failed my friends, I promised them I would come back, and although I did, it was not through the Dragon Gate and I probably made the whole group worried. I don't sense my evil pieces in me, I guess they went through the Dragon Gate instead of me, honestly it's probably for the best, they don't have to deal with my perverted nature. Issei said while still lying down on the ground. Partner, don't you ever say that. They all care for you deeply, I'm sure they have been looking for you for the past 4 months, Drake said. Yeah, I guess the wait 4 months? I've been out for 4 months? Issei was surprised he was out for 4 months. He probably made his parents worried like crazy. Sheet, I need to get back now. He started to get up, he immediately noticed that he was taller by quite a bit. But before he could admire his height, he started coughing up blood like crazy. Partner, you should sit down. Even with a 4-month off time your body has not gotten used to itself. I know it sounds weird when I word it like that but it's true. You should sit down again. You are also now 6 foot 2 inches tall. You will need time to get accustomed to this new body of yours. Drake said. I see. Was all Issei could say as he sat down to prevent himself from coughing up more blood. Unknown to him, there were 2 people looking at Issei as he was coughing up blood. Issei? They both said. As Issei looked up, he saw 2 familiar faces. Oh boy, it was going to be tough for him to explain what just happened. Hello, Murayama? Said Issei with an awkward smile. Both Kates and Murayama had their mouth open wide after seeing the events that transpired. They saw Issei coughing up a lot of blood, talking with a random glow in his left hand, and he also seemed to have got much taller and slightly more muscular, although not that much more muscular so as to call him bulky. Issei. What the Kates was about to start. What happened here? You coughed up so much blood and you were talking to your left hand, which has a circular green glow on it. Murayama said, cutting off Kates. As I was saying, what the F happened to you? Kates started again. Listen, I need you both to forget all the events that transpired here. I can't have yo dash. Issei started to get up from his place but immediately started coughing up blood. Although both Murayama and Kates especially despised Issei for his perverted behavior, he randomly disappeared for 4 months and now he is over here coughing up a lot of blood. They couldn't really just stand there and do nothing so they decided to run over to him to offer help. Issei, are you okay? Asked Murayama. Kates was behind here, looking for something in her bag which would help Issei. I'm. Cough. Fine, you two don't have to. Cough. Worry about me. Issei said. He sat down on the ground again. You coughed up this much blood in just a few minutes? Kates said. She saw a lot of blood pooled around Issei. It's fine, young girl. Considering what my host has just went through, this much of blood is actually not a lot at all. Drake said, startling the girls. Great, you just revealed yourself to them, Drake. Issei sighed. They already saw you talking to me, so it would be unnecessary to hide myself from them. Replied Drake. Issei groaned in agreement. Both the girls just stood there like statues, trying to process everything. Well, it looks like I owe you both an explanation, said Issei. Both girls said at the same time. So basically, I am a devil, said Issei. We already knew that since you started peeking on us, perv, Kates said. She scowled at Issei as she called him a perv. No, I mean I'm an actual devil, You know, the ones which are the enemies of angels? Issei said. Like we'll believe that, said Maruyama bluntly. Okay then, guess I'll show you, said Issei. He brought out his devil wings, but now, instead of 2 wings, he had 4? This is new. Draig, when did I get another pair of wings? Issei asked. When you went through your dragon transformation, you gained a lot more power than before. You should have either 6 or 8 devil wings, but it seems like your body is still getting adjusted to this new power, so that's why you are only able to summon 4 wings till now, Draig said, much to Issei's surprise. Whoa! Is all Issei could say. The possibility of him having 8 devil wings surprised him. Only the strongest of strong devils had 8 wings. He was really at a loss for words. Also have gained 2 dragon wings, however it seems like your body is unable to summon them right now, Draig stated. Whoa! Issei was yet again at a loss for words. Wings? Kates was also at a loss of words, more so than Issei. What are you? Maruyama inquired. Okay, so let me start from the beginning. Issei started. Scene change. It has been 4 months since the incident, and although no one has recovered completely, the Gremory group has been able to recover a decent amount. All the girls are training harder than ever, keeping Issei's revenge as the main goal. The boys are also training harder than ever, keeping Issei's promise in mind. Everyone has been training harder than ever. The news of Issei's death reached the Maos, the Seraphims and the highest order of generals in the Gregory. Thankfully, the news hasn't reached the Devil Council yet. Who knows what they will do with this information? The Maos themselves were utterly horrified, especially Surzex. Issei was like a little brother to him, so this loss hurt him deeply. Grafia, who was the most composed person ever in the history of ever, fainted upon hearing the news. Issei was the only one who treated her like a big sister. Even Rias was way too formal with her, even though she is actually her older sister-in-law. So this news broke Grafia completely. Even Seraphal was hurt. Issei was someone that not only Rias, but her little sister Sona could depend on, so in a way he was also her little brother. Everyone was not in a great mood after that, but then it hit them. What will they tell the children? Their beloved Issei Dragon, the idol of almost all of the kids in the underworld, a person they always thought of when they were in trouble, the person they always looked up to, was no more. Both Surzex and Azazel were hurt enough, but they would literally break down if they had to tell that to the children. For now they announced that the Issei Dragon is on a break and will return to the action soon. But on the inside, they were dreading, because they knew they had to tell the children the truth at one point. Where are you, Issei-kun? Thought a certain blonde knight. Although he was quickly brought out of his thoughts. Yuto, Zenobia, we need to train your sword skills. They are already amazing, but they need to be better if we want to even stand a chance in the next dice rating games, said Rias. Hi, Bucho, said both the knights. Rias was a completely different person. Instead of the kind and caring Rias, we now have a ruthless, strict, and some might say heartless Rias. She pushed her peerage way further than they ever thought they could go. She became a person who trained day and night without a break. She knew now that she couldn't keep on depending on her peerage's raw strength. Since Issei thought that he was the weakest, he trained the most, and that got him to the point that he could beat Serog, a devil who was about to be promoted to ultimate class soon. Rias knew that she and the rest of her peerage had a lot of catching up to do. She pushed herself harder. Her goal was now to completely master her family's power, the power of destruction. Till now, her power was only controlled by her strong emotions. She couldn't control it by her will. She practiced day and night, and she practiced hard. She even neglected her studies for a while to focus on her training, but came back to her studies after constant bugging by Aquino. Aquino herself was fixated on mastering her holy lightning. Because of her past, she never practiced with her power. All this time, she could have mastered her power and could have been so much stronger, but she let her past get in her way, something she regrets greatly. Kaneko was practicing senjutsu. Fear of her power made her afraid to even try her power. Just like Aquino, she lost a lot of time and now had to work really hard to train her power if she wants to be as strong as her Issei-senpai. Kiba and Zenobia were already fantastic sword wielders, But it was not enough. The power of Kiba's sword of betrayal and Zenovia's ex-Durandal was yet to be completely mastered by both. They sparred with each other much more often, and used a lot more power than they usually do in each session. Asia was now practicing other types of magic. Till now, she was only the healer of the group. She didn't use offensive or defensive spells. She only used twilight healing. But now, from the help of Rosweiss, she is now practicing many offensive and defensive spells. Thanks to her high affinity for magic, she is able to learn quickly, but she still needs to improve a lot more. Rosweiss herself is focused on her physical strength. She is already a perfect magic user, but since she was a rook, not a bishop, she has to use her rook powers to her benefit. Gasper was working on his sacred gear. Forbidden Baylor-View is one of the most unstable sacred gears if not trained properly. Since he can't go back to his family, Azazel is helping him to control his sacred gear and strengthen it with the help of his comrades from the Grigori. The Gremory group was no longer the easygoing, super friendly and interactive group. No, the group was now a hard-working, fierce and quite formidable one, even without Issei. Sona was observing the training done by the Gremory group. It was a free-for-all spar session. She could see that the death of Issei affected all of them. Even the Citri peerage was really gloomy after the news. Saji was completely changed. He was now a cold-hearted brute who didn't talk much, and if he did, it would be to spit an insult at someone. Sona herself was never in the mood to do anything now. Rias, I hope you find him soon, for all of our sake. She thought to herself, before sighing and going away to do her business. Scene change. And that's how we got here. Issei finally finished explaining his story to both Murayama and Kates. Okay, that was a lot to take in. So, Kates, all I got from that was supernatural powers are real, and they are terrifying. Murayama shivered. So, I only have one request, and that is to not spread the news to anyone, not even your parents, please. Pleaded Issei. Okay, was all the two could say. They were still taking in what Issei told them. Partner, try summoning your devil wings now, your body has slightly adjusted to your new power. Said Drake. Issei tried to move his muscles in his back which was used to flap his wings. From his back appeared 8 devil wings. Issei could only stare at his wings. 8 wings? Only top-tier high-class or ultimate-class devils have 8 wings. He stared at his wings in awe. Issei? Murayama looked at Issei's wings. When did you get 2 more pairs of wings? She asked. Didn't Drake just tell you? Said Issei. Yes, I know, but... Murayama couldn't find any words to speak. Are you sure we are not dreaming? You said that the dragon Great Red was the dragon of dreams, right? Maybe this is a dream. Said Kates. Nope, 100% real. Said Issei. Both Kates and Murayama were still really shocked, but it seems like they were starting to calm down a bit. Anyways, it's getting late, you two should go home. And please don't tell anyone. Said Issei. But shouldn't we tell Rias and her group? They would be so happy to know that you are alive. Murayama exclaimed. Issei's head went down. I am not ready to face them yet. I want a little bit of time before I can come face to face with them. So please. Issei almost started to sob. It's okay, we understand. Said Kates. Thank you. Said Issei. But if you start coughing up lots of blood again, we're going to tell them. Said Murayama, in a worried voice. Sure. It's funny how 2 extremely pretty girls are now worried about a pervert who used to peek on them. Chuckled Issei. Both Kates and Murayama were going red. They don't think that we've forgiven you completely. Exclaimed Kates. Why yes, that's right. Murayama agreed. Yeah, I know. I'll do my best to change. However, you two should really be getting home. I really don't want your parents to be asking where you two went, since it will be really awkward for you both. Said Issei. Okay, we'll be going. Said both Kates and Murayama. They went up to the road and waved at Issei, who waved back at them. After a few seconds, they were gone. I am surprised those two took it so well. If it was any normal girl, they would have either fainted or gone to the police. Said Drake. They probably have already figured that a pervert like me wouldn't have got into the ORC just like that. Said Issei. Did you notice something about the brown-haired one? Asked Drake. Yeah, she has some sort of a strong element inside her. It's not a sacred gear, but something similar. It feels strong, but I don't know what it is. K-Taste seems to have a sacred gear, but by its feel, it's probably something like twice critical or strategy trap. Said Issei. We have to watch out for both of them. They could be really something, said Drake. I agree, Drake. Anyways, Drake, care to fill me up on the new abilities I've gained? Asked Issei. Sure, partner. Drake started. Scene change. It has been a few days since Issei told K-Taste and Murayama the truth. They have recently been training harder, knowing that there are bigger threats in the world right now. Huff so. Huff tired. Said Murayama. Huff, this is nothing. Huff compared to what? Huff Issei went through. Huff and the ORC. Said K-Taste. They were pushing themselves harder. They worked out daily, practiced their sword fighting techniques daily. In their free time, they always got together and sparred. They knew that they would not be able to get the level of the ORC, and definitely never as strong as Issei, but they knew that they have to try their best. K-Taste and Murayama were changing in the Kendo Club. The perverts Matsuda and Motohama have lessened their perverted activities as they didn't have Issei around, and they didn't feel right doing their regular activities without Issei. After coming out of the room, they noticed a guy talking to the two perverts. You still won't stop after that lecture? The guy asked. Nope, Renjiro, we have only lessened our activities as our group isn't complete. After he comes back, we will continue. Said Motohama to the guy, now known as Renjiro. Have you not thought that Issei might have moved out of the town due to some sudden emergency? Asked Renjiro. That is complete bull. Started Matsuda. Issei wouldn't do that, would he? Asked Motohama. This is what we get for never asking where his house was. We knew his house changed, but... You guys never think stuff through, do you? Asked Renjiro. The two pervert walked away thoughtfully. Renjiro-kun, you went really hard on them, said Murayama. Renjiro turned around to face the two girls. You guys went full physical on them, and they still didn't listen. They need some strong words and some real evidence. Said Renjiro. Tasuki Renjiro was a decently tall guy at 5 foot. He had black, tidily combed hair, imagine Chow Chow's hair, but black, and it didn't go below his ears, and it is combed towards the right. He was not too fat, but not too thin either. Overall, he was decently handsome, but he was never in the same level as Kiba, or even Issei after the transformation. Issei was really tall at 6 foot. His body was well built where he was muscular, but not really bulky. His hair was the same but a bit darker with a reddish shine to it, and his eyes were crimson red. Issei actually looked really handsome, much to the girls' displeasure. They didn't want to admit it, but Issei was handsome. Anyways, you two going to class? We have maths now, I think. Renjiro said. Yeah, let's go, said K-Taste. Scene change after school. The ORC was called to a meeting place by Rias's older brother, Surzex. The place was in Kuo Town, but hidden by magic. After entering through the magic barrier, they saw the place. It was a 3-story big tower where devils resided. There was, however, a 4th floor as well, but it wasn't a place where devils resided. It was a meeting room, and they were called at the 4th floor. After reaching the floor through the elevator, they were immediately met by the current 4 Maos. Rias, I see you have come, said Surzex. Yes, Mao Lucifer, said Rias while making a straight face. Surzex gave out a slight sigh. She usually calls him Oni-sama, but it seems like Issei's death is still affecting her as she is so formal with her brother. Ajuka, please tell her what we called her here for. He said to his fellow Mao, Ajuka Beelzebub. Yes, Ajuka nodded. The ORC looked at the green-haired devil. I know you would rather not talk about it, but it is related to your pawn pieces. Ajuka started. The ORC's faces went dark, especially Rias's. But they quickly composed themselves. It's fine, please continue, said Rias. Her eyes were closed to help her compose herself. Very well, as you see, if evil pieces are purged forcefully by their host or if the previous host of the pieces died, they are able to be reused. However, if the pieces are purged by someone who is not their host, they are not able to be reused. Your 8 pawn pieces should have been able to be used on another host, as the previous host died in battle. However, it seems like they are not reusable. After further investigation, I have come to the conclusion that although 7 pieces were already ejected, there was 1 pawn piece left inside the body of its previous host. The dragon gate called out to the evil pieces as it was for calling a devil, but since 7 of its pieces were already ejected, only those 7 pieces went out. That 1 evil piece was still mid-ejection, which means that the last piece was ejected forcefully, making all 8 of the pieces unusable. Ajuka said, making sure not to mention Issei's name even once. The group's face went dark again, and this time it stayed dark for a longer time. This time it was Akino which decided to speak, as it seems like her king could not. But that should only make 1 piece not function. Why are all of them unusable? She asked. It seems like all the pieces made a strong bond with its host after using the illegal move Triana and the Cardinal Crimson promotion. Even if the pieces were undisturbed, it was likely that they would still be unusable, said Ajuka. Akino only looked at the 8 pawn pieces sorrowfully. However, due to a weird reaction between Samuel's blood and the evil pieces, I am able to replicate the pieces without the special bonding or Samuel's curse, making them usable. These 8 pieces are still connected to Isis, your former pawn, but these 8 pieces can be used on new hosts. However, it is up to your king if she wants to accept these 8 pieces. He held out his hand, revealing 8 white pawn pieces. The group's faces weren't dark anymore, but they were filled with sadness. Akino looked at Rias, who had tears on her eyes. Rias stared. Everyone looked at Rias. Except Issei would want our group to be stronger, she said. The group's eyes filled with tears hearing Issei's name, but they knew what Rias said was correct. Very well, you may place a magic circle below these pieces to activate them, Ajuka said. Rias created a crimson magic circle usually. Doing this won't work, as the previous pawn pieces were unusable. However, in this case, the pawns started glowing. They turned crimson-red for a few seconds, and then turned white again and stopped glowing, indicating that the pieces were usable. The pieces traveled into Rias's hand. Rias looked at the pieces, revisiting her memories of when she initially got her evil pieces. Thank you, she whispered while sobbing slightly. Make good use of them, Ajuka smiled at the princess. I will, she said, after rubbing away her tears. The ORC bowed to the mouse and left the room to go back. She still hasn't recovered, said Seraphal, who was quiet the whole time. Falbium only nodded and rubbed his chin. She needs time, she won't ever recover fully, but she will get better, I hope, Surzex said with a worried face. Scene change, next day. Murayama and Kates woke up early to spar against each other. The spar always ends in a stalemate, as both were off equal strength. After their spar, they quickly take a bath, have breakfast and go out for school early. Their parents always question them as to why they are doing this, but they always say that it's for the better for their body. They actually have been doing that as to greet Issei every day, as he basically stays beneath the tree they found him. Issei always greets them back. We brought you food this time, said Murayama with a smile after showing the extra bento box she bought. For me? I could never ask you for this. Issei started. Just take it and be happy that you got it, Kates said with a pout, making her look really adorable. Okay, thank you guys really. You are amazing, Issei said with a smile. The girls felt weird at Issei's compliment. They felt aroused? No, this was Issei, the pervert, they thought before quickly shaking their heads to remove their thoughts. Anyways, we should be going, see you after school, Murayama said. She was the more friendly out of the two. Yes, see you, said Kates. She was definitely less friendly than Murayama, but she was opening up to Issei bit by bit. See you and again, thank you for the food. He waved to them. You're welcome. They both waved back at Issei before running back to school. You managed to make the 2 girls which hated you the most, your friends, Drake said. You are really something else, partner. I know, Drake, I know, Issei said. Issei was living off of the mangoes which were near where he was. So seeing such well-made food after this long, made him really excited. He ate his food, relishing every moment. Eating, he decided to train a bit more. With the help of Drake, Issei was able to train his draconic strength by a huge amount in just a few days. He was also at least a high-class devil in terms of magic usage, something which he was abysmal at. He changed his dress break spell into something else. His dress break spell had huge amounts of potential, but he used it for his perverted purposes. He changed it to magic break, which, temporarily, decreases the magic power of an opponent by half. He did this with the help of the little bit of power he stole from Valley. He also managed to use the power he stole from Valley efficiently. Issei was getting extremely strong in an extremely small amount of time, and he felt that this was just a tiny fraction of the power he could gain. Drake, how about we travel to Kyoto? I heard there is an extremely informative library near where the yokai live in Kyoto. Asked Issei. I don't see why not. This will also be good for the new transportation spell you have been practicing. Said Drake. Yep, Issei agreed. He formed a magic circle in the form of an upright oval. He walked forward into the circle and disappeared. Issei was transported to a new place. He was standing outside a library near the complex where the yokai resided. Let's what kinds of books supernatural libraries contain. Issei thought to himself. He opened to the door and walked in. He was greeted by the wonderful smell of books. The inside of the library looked insanely bigger than the outside. By looking at the outside, Issei thought that it was too small to be a library, so he figured that some sort of illusion magic was used, but he wasn't expecting it to be this big. Hello. Welcome to the Supernatural Library of Kyoto. I am Fuyuki. How may I help you? Said a really cheerful voice. Issei turned around to see a beautiful face smiling at him. Her hair was blonde and it was untied. It flowed down until the top of her back. Her eyes were a mix of yellow and green. Her skin was extremely beautiful and bright. Her assets were extremely well defined. She was wearing an orange shirt with blue jeans. She was so beautiful that any guy who looks at her will immediately start blushing, and Issei was no exception. He also sensed that she was a yokai. If you want a better idea of what she looks like, take Tart from Sekai Saiku no Ansatsusha Isekai Kazoku Ni Tensei Suru. Make her have her untied hair from episode 7, make her taller and boom, there you go. Hello. He took a minute to compose himself. My name is Issei. I was just visiting the library as I have heard really good things about it. Issei hesitated to say his name, but then he realized that lying won't work against a yokai. Oh, you are the Sekyurii? I see the resemblance. It seems like you have changed a bit though. You have also not been seen much recently, going on Vakri I see? She said with a cheerful attitude. Indeed I have. I would also prefer to be on incognito right now. I hope you understand. Issei said with an awkward smile. Fufu, don't worry, I won't tell, she winked. Oh man, she is so pretty. How am I this calm? The Issei I knew would immediately fawn over her oh so pretty bios. Issei thought to himself. On the outside, however, he managed to keep a calm face. Thank you very much, Ms. Fuyuki. Bowed Issei. Oh come on, don't be so formal. She pouted. Call me Fuyuki, she said with a smile. Okay then, Fuyuki, do you mind answering a question of mine? I'm really quite confused. He asked. Fuyuki tilted her face while giving a confused expression. Issei was running wild inside his mind after he saw that. Sure, I will answer your question, she said with a smile. Thank you. Now my question is, how do you manage to keep yourself hidden so well, being a Dayukai? Issei asked, startling Fuyuki. How did you? I guess being a dragon makes it impossible to hide your aura. Fuyuki sighed. Issei was not at all surprised that Fuyuki was able to sense his draconic aura, even though he practically made it untraceable. According to Drake, Fuyuki was near Yasaka in terms of power level. I could only sense your aura after you came close to me. You are good. Issei commented. Same could be said about you. Usually I could sense a dragon a mile away, and I can't even sense your draconic aura at all. I was only able to tell that you are a dragon by common sense. No other creature would be strong enough to sense my aura. Fuyuki said. Issei was surprised that Fuyuki didn't sense his aura. Well then, I guess I'll be off to read books. See you around, I guess? He told Fuyuki. See you around. She smiled at Issei. Issei started walking inside the library. I am surprised you didn't completely fawn over her looks, partner. You actually managed to keep yourself composed on the outside. Drake commented. I am just as surprised as you are, Drake, said Issei. Her being such a strong Daiukai intrigues me. Drake said. Agreed. She could easily take anyone on and win 99% of the time. There are not many beings stronger than a Daiukai. Issei commented. Issei was looking through the books to find something interesting. Issei was now under the basic section. Let's see. Sword wielding, crafting, physical strength. Oh, this is the magic section. Healing, knockback, fire magic, thunder magic, holy magic. Oh, senjutsu. I might take this. I already know the other ones pretty decently well, except holy magic, but I don't think I can do that. Let's keep looking. Taimura Kurikusu, time tactics. Let's read this one for now. Issei picked up the book on time magic and started reading it. It was some basic spells on time, like how to slow or speed up time, but it was still really complicated. Issei kept on reading the book and he didn't realize that he spent almost 5 hours on the book. Once he stopped to look at the time, he gasped. I guess I did use time power to speed up time, huh? He thought to himself. He brought the books of Senjutsu and Taimura Kurikusu to the counter where Fuyuki was. You were here for 5 hours. That's a lot for a person who just visited this library. Fuyuki said with an amazed face. Yeah, I kinda lost track of time while reading. Issei said with an awkward smile. Trust me, I know. Anyways, you want to take these 2 books? Fuyuki asked. I do, but I have nothing to pay with right now, so I was just wondering if there was a practice field with a barrier inside here. Issei said with an even more awkward expression. Fufu, you are funny. You are free to borrow these books, you know. Fuyuki said with a slight smirk. Oh, yeah, it's been a while since I've been in a library. Issei said with a relieved expression. Fufu, just tell me how long you want to keep them. Fuyuki said with a smile. Maybe a week. Issei said after thinking for a few seconds. Sure, I hope you come back soon. She said. Oh, I will. Issei said with a smile. They both smiled and waved at each other before Issei stepped out of the door, created a magic circle and transported back to his usual location. After he transported back, he started reading the book and practicing. He tried for hours, but he couldn't perform the spell. Keep in mind the spells he was trying to perform were just the basics of time magic. After around 3 to 4 hours, he eventually gave up and went to the Senjutsu book. It was still really complicated, but it was much simpler than time magic. He first tried the Sage Healing ability. It was an almost instant form of healing if mastered, like Phoenix Tears, but it also recovered blood loss, like Twilight Healing. It was neither as effective as both of them, but it's still extremely effective and does both the things which Phoenix Tears and Twilight Healing, and it was much stronger than regular healing. Issei already knew a bit of healing from the help of Asia and Akino. And then after he transformed, he gained the ability of regeneration, which in turn strengthened his healing powers, and with the help of Drake, mastered the regular type of healing. However, this form of sage healing was much more difficult to perform. He couldn't get himself to heal the cut marks that he caused in himself to test his ability. After almost an hour of trying, he was extremely exhausted. But he was still determined to at least do something today. He tried and put extreme amounts of power into each try. After many tries, he managed to see some sort of light coming out from his hand. It was a bright white light which slowly but surely covered up the entire screen. Scene change. It was almost the end of school. The final bell rang, which indicated that it was the time for students to go home. Keitase and Murayama packed up their bags and were about to go to meet Issei before going home, but were stopped by a senior. Keitase, Murayama, Ryasbucho wants to see you both at the ORC room. Please come as quickly as you can. It was Akino. Keitase and Murayama were confused, but nodded their head to Aquino. Aquino nodded back and walked away, presumably to the ORC room. Keitase and Murayama took their kendo outfits from the kendo club dressing room and went to the ORC room. Murayama knocked on the door. "Come in." They heard a voice. They opened the door to be met with the ORC club, along with Renjiro. "Renjiro-kun? When did you join the ORC?" Murayama asked. "I didn't, I was called here, like you too." He said. "May I have your attention?" Rias spoke up, the hands were crossed and her eyes were closed as she was sitting on her chair. The three looked at Rias. "Now, I know this is sudden, but what if I told you that the supernatural world is real?" Rias asked the three. Keitase and Murayama's eyes went wide, not because they didn't know about the supernatural, but because they didn't know why she was telling them about it. Maybe she knows that Issei is alive and wants to know from us if she has seen him? And if she did ask them, what would they reply? They promised to not tell anyone about him, but they didn't want to lie either. "Nonsense." Renjiro spoke up while smirking. "Expected answer. Guys." She looked at her peerage. They all proceeded to bring out their devil wings. Impossible." Renjiro took a few steps back. Keitase and Murayama were still wide-eyed, but they stayed at the same place. "So, do you believe me now?" asked Rias. "I'm still not fully convinced. They could just be props." Renjiro said arrogantly. "All right then, Yudo?" Rias said to her knight. "Kiba crafted a sort of fire out of nothingness." "Aquino," she said to her queen. Aquino pointed at a place outside the window, and an unusually bright strike of lighting hit exactly where she pointed. "Kaneko," she said to her rook. Kaneko summoned her cat ears and tail. "And Gasper?" Kiba threw the sword of fire at Renjiro, but it was stopped halfway by Gasper, without even touching the sword. "So, how about now?" Rias asked. Renjiro had no words to say, he just nodded extremely fast. Rias looked towards the girls. "You two have been extremely quiet this whole time." She commented. "Have no words." Keitase said. Murayama agreed by nodding. "Very well, now that you know that the supernatural world exists, let me fill you up on some details." Rias said. Rias started explaining how the supernatural world worked, about the war, about sacred gears, about Longinuses, and about evil pieces. Renjiro was having trouble taking in what Rias was saying, but Keitase and Murayama were listening to her attentively. They already knew everything that Rias was saying thanks to Issei. "So, this brings me to the reason why I called you here. I told you about the evil pieces, right? Well, then tell me, what are these?" Rias asked as she brought out 8 white pawn pieces. 8 pawn pieces," said Renjiro. "Correct, and I called you 3 here to ask you to join my peerage," said Rias. This news shook even Keitase and Murayama. Why would she need 3 more pawns when she already had a really strong pawn? "But, Rias-senpai, I am sure that you already have a pawn. Why would you need us?" asked Keitase. The entire ORC looked down. "You see, my pawn, who was Hayuda Issei, is off duty for now. He was able to convince Ajuka Beelzebub to replicate his pawn pieces, since he took up all 8, to make it usable for recruiting new pawns," said Rias while sighing slightly. "What? Issei never told them that. Maybe Rias is trying to keep us from knowing about Issei's death, as that would cause more ruckus than it already is causing. That pervert took up 8 pieces? No way, I am so much better than him." Renjiro exclaimed furiously. The entire ORC looked at him with wide, angry eyes. There was so much killing intent coming out of them that Renjiro could die of suffocation if he could feel even a tiny bit of it. Even Keitase and Murayama eyed Renjiro. Rias managed to compose herself and put a hand up in the air. "Anyways, by my calculation, Murayama and Renjiro take up 4 pawn pieces, while Keitase takes up. This is not something that indicated how strong one is, it just indicates how much natural strength you have. For example, having a sacred gear in you can heavily impact how much you will cost. Even if another person has higher strength than yours, it is possible that they will cost less than you." Rias started. "So, I can only have room for 2 of you in my peerage. Now it is up to you who will join." Renjiro immediately put his fist in his air. For pieces? When that pervert took up 8. Not happening, I am better than him. Take me in and I will show you, said Renjiro. Okay, now the ORC was really angry. They knew that Issei was still known as a pervert outside the group, but they still didn't like hearing him being disrespected like that. That is what I thought as well, Tsuki, before I got proved wrong, said a person behind them. Saji Genshiro? Renjiro asked. I also took up 4 pawn pieces initially, while Hayadu took up. I was furious. No way he was stronger than I was. He started. I kept thinking that until I was wrong. Every time we fought, he beat my butt easily. He was leagues ahead of me. And if I were to fight you right now, you will be finding it difficult to even keep breathing. So imagine how much Hayadu would do to you. You would be considered lucky if even your pinky finger was found after the fight, Saji said coldly. Renjiro took a step back, but then started. No, I am better than him. I will prove it. I only came to knock some sense into you, but since you are too thick to listen, I will be off. And by the way, everything I said was true. Just ask Rias, he said coldly and walked out of the room. Now that you have a clear idea of who you will be taking the spot of, what is your final decision? Said Rias, basically confirming that what Saji said was indeed correct. I am definitely coming in. I will prove I am much stronger than him, Renjiro said arrogantly, which again caused the ORC to almost lose their cool. Murayama, I think you should go instead of me. You probably have a better sacred gear in you. It is better to train your gear than it is mine, if we are speaking strategically. Kate said. Hey, don't say that, said Murayama. Strategically speaking, she is correct. Akino spoke up, trying to clear her mind of Renjiro's insults. But Murayama started. Go, Murayama, join them. Show them that you are worth 4 pieces, said Kate with a strong smile. Okay, Kate, for you, she said. Kate, even if you won't be a part of my peerage, you are always welcome in the ORC, said Rias. Thank you, Rias-senpai. Kate thanked Rias. So, Renjiro, Murayama, are you sure you want to join the devils? Asked Rias. Absolutely, said Renjiro. I am sure, said Murayama. All right then, I'll start the ritual, she said, before forming a ring around Renjiro and Murayama. I, Rias Gremory, am adding Tsuki Renjiro and Kori Murayama as my new pawn pieces. Serve me, your king, by taking up 4 pawn pieces each. I welcome you to the devils. The ritual ended. Both Murayama and Renjiro were out cold. Kate looked worried. Don't worry, this is a common occurrence in the insertion process. Rias comforted Kate. So, what is the sacred gear that Murayama and Renjiro have? Kate asked Rias after sighing. We do not know. Their sacred gears have not been awakened yet. But by its feel, Murayama does not really have a sacred gear in her. It's much more fitting to call what she has a sacred object. Renjiro is the one that has a sacred gear, and by its feel, it's probably a decently uncommon sacred gear like Sword Birth or Trick Vanish. Rias had her index finger and thumb on her chin, probably thinking about what the sacred object was. Kate was surprised. She had heard about sacred gears from Issei, but a sacred object? Wow, Murayama was definitely a better option than her. You also have a sacred gear in you. But yours is more common, like twice critical. Rias said. I see, is what Kate could say. She was looking at her friend who was currently unconscious on the couch. Scene change. It seems like you have mastered the flow of ki already. I am thoroughly surprised at the rate you are progressing. I mean, I expected that it would be decently fast, but this is more than what I expected. Drake was shocked at how Issei was progressing. He already mastered the basics of using senjutsu and the flow of ki, even though he was not a yukai. I guess really weird stuff happens when you go through a transformation in such a bizarre manner. Issei sighed. I have finished the basics of senjutsu, now, going back to my worst enemy. He looked towards the book of time magic with killing intent. He wasted almost a day on trying to even perform the most basic spell, but was never able to do it. It took Issei around 2 days to completely master the basics to Senjutsu, something which would take non-yokai around 3 to 4 years to accomplish. But time magic was on another level. Only gods with natural time powers were able to use them. There has been no record of any other being who is able to use time magic, except for the wielders of a certain forgotten Longinus. Arg, I don't want to, but the advantage I'll have in a fight will be tremendous even with just the basics. Issei groaned. Partner, remember your goal with the vampire. You wanted to freeze time to go about doing your lecherous activities. Keep that in mind and use it to fuel your willpower. Drake exclaimed. Yeah, looking back at it, that was not a good idea. Issei sighed to himself. Drake's jaw hit the ground, that is, if there even was a ground inside the sacred gear. His partner was no longer willing to do lecherous stuff like that. Drake was crying tears of happiness and pride. Issei himself was surprised. He could now not only keep his composure while talking to beautiful women, but he was also not really willing to do lecherous activities to women without their consent. It was creepy. But I see where you are coming from, Drake. I will learn this power to become the strongest Sekyutai of all time, and no one will mistake me for a useless pervert ever again. He screamed. Drake had his head held high for his partner. Just one near-death experience changes a person so much, and Issei effectively went through 3 of them, with the last one being the closest to death. Issei started working. He was performing all the exercises which the book told was necessary to use time magic without blowing up the user. He practiced all the types of extra spells he needed to control the magic. He was physically working out intensely as well. The number of push-ups he was doing at an interval was reaching 4 digits. He spent a day working out like this, and had sweat and blood flow all over body. Partner, I love your willpower and concentration, but your body is taking a toll from all of this exercise. Remember, your body still hasn't adjusted, otherwise this amount of workout would have been nothing for you. Drake was worried for his partner. He was pushing himself much more than he could. I know, Drake, but if I don't push myself now, I won't be able to gain the most amount of power I can. I have to show everyone that I am no worthless pervert. And I have to show the ORC that I am a worthy pawn. Issei told Drake with determination in his eyes. Drake was shocked at how hard his partner was working. The old Issei would have never gone this far. This the biggest sign yet that Drake noticed, which indicated that Issei was maturing. Alright then, I think I have worked out enough, let's see if it is actually enough. Issei said. Issei closed his eyes. He sat down, crossed his legs, his arms, and put both of his hands into Vitarka Mudra. He started to concentrate his energy into the point where the thumb and the index finger met. A small green glow could be seen coming. Out of that point, the ground around him started shaking slightly. Drake was observing the events silently. Issei started concentrating even more of his power into that point. The glow's brightness started to intensify. The ground started shaking slightly more. Issei started frowning at this point. He was concentrating a lot of his power between that point of intersection. The energy was extremely pure and Issei found it difficult to keep it in. But he didn't waver. He concentrated more of his power into that green circle, which now seemed to grow bigger, and now stripes of green symbols could be seen spiraling across his arms. Drake's eyes went wide as he saw this. The green light coming from the stripes seemed to grow brighter by the second. This process kept happening for a while, until Issei suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils went from crimson red to emerald green. The reddish tinge on his hair disappeared and was replaced by a faint green aura. In a fraction of a second, Issei flung his hand outward and released his index finger and thumb, and the energy engulfed in it was let out. The blindingly bright green light was expelled, and it formed a circle big which covered a significant part of the field which he was living on. He had to close his eyes to prevent himself from being blinded. After a short while, Issei opened his eyes, and he was met with a faint green dome around the place where Issei was living in. I did it? He looked around and saw that the birds flying outside this dome have almost stopped moving midair. I did it. Hell yeah, take that time magic. Issei screamed in joy. Well done, partner, well done. You have used an ability which only the strongest of gods are able to perform. Drake applauded. Well, this is only part of that two-way ability. I have managed to slow down time, but now I need to speed it up. While slowing down time is usually used for personal gain, speeding up time is used offensively to slow down the opponents which have been hit by it. Speeding up is also needed to break this time dome I created. And the book stated that once I have performed any time spell once, it is embedded into me and I don't need to do all of the pre-magic bullcrap again. Issei was extremely overjoyed. Well then partner, I guess you should be practicing that now. Drake said. You are right Drake, let's do this. Issei had already read how to perform the spell which sped up time. Instead of concentrating his energy at one point, he had to bring concentrated energy from outside and dilute it into his body. If this spell is performed even once, this does not have to be done again and both the spells can just be performed by using his hands. Issei immediately went back into the previous pose he was in. But this time, instead of crossing his hands and putting it in Vitarka Mudra, he rested his hands vertically on his belly and went into Dhyan Mudra. He started pulling in the energy he had just expelled. This time, the stripes of text on his body were sapphire blue and so were his eyes and the aura around him. This process was much quicker than the previous process. Energy started coming into his hands rapidly, and in about half an hour, the dome was completely gone and the birds which were stopped mid-flight started moving again. Well, partner, it seems like you have performed the two basic time skills. Drake commented. While you were doing your ritual, I calculated that 1 hour outside the dome was equal to 1 week inside the dome. While you are inside the dome, you are able to do everything normally and your body is also normal. Your body will age much slower than it will outside the dome. For example, if you stay inside the dome for 1 week, your mind will keep all the knowledge you gathered in that 1 week, but your body will only age an hour. Wow, that is a long time. Maybe I could get some more books and from the library and perfect my skills. Said Issei. He formed a green sphere in his hand and it started growing bigger. He then quickly retracted the sphere making it blue. He was able to form and deform the dome with ease. He was visibly really happy. Since the time magic book was only about the basic time spells, and he already finished the book on Senjutsu, he could go to the library again and get some other books. Issei created a magic circle and teleported to the front door of the library. He opened the door and looked to the counter and was greeted by a familiar pretty face. You are back already? It's only been like 4 days. Asked Fuyuki. I guess you could say I finished these much quicker than expected. Said Issei in a comedic tone to which Fuyuki only gave a confused expression. Issei put the books on the counter. As Fuyuki saw the cover of the books, her eyes went wide. Don't tell me that you... She started. Issei only smirked at her and formed a green sphere on the left palm of his hand and a golden sphere on the right. The green sphere kept on alternating from green to blue. Fuyuki only gasped at the sight. Impossible. Senjutsu can only be used by Yukai. And time magic as well? She was shook. Issei gave a warm smile. I guess I don't follow laws, he said. Fuyuki's mouth was still open wide while Issei walked off to find a new book. Let's see, sword wielding would be nice as I'm not the best wielder. I have already mastered thunder and fire magic. I guess ice magic would be nice to learn. Whoa, destruction? This I've got to check out. Let's see the history section. The Great War, forming of the governments. Oh, history on sacred gears, let's take this. Also let's get the history on great swords as well. And now that I think about it, let's try and see if I can use holy lightning since I was able to use Senjutsu, and let's pick up Jujitsu on the way. Issei took a lot of books. Issei went to the counter to borrow the books. I would like to borrow these books for 2 days. Issei told Fuyuki. Fuyuki looked at the number of books Issei took and gulped. You sure you can finish all of this in ... Wait, never mind. She was shocked at first, but then remembered that Issei learnt time magic, which she still was skeptical about. If you actually manage to learn and master all of these skills in 2 days, you and I need to have a spar session. She said with a challenging smile. Challenge accepted. I would be honored to spar against a beautiful Dayukai. Issei said with a noble expression. Fuyuki blushed at Issei's compliment. Everyone thought that Fuyuki was an absolute goddess in terms of looks, but no one was confident enough to say it to her face. But Issei did just that and she was caught off guard. Oh man! She looks so cute when she blushes. Issei's brain was going haywire at the amount of cuteness he just witnessed. He still managed to keep a composed look on the outside. Well then I'll be off, he said, waving to a flustered Dayukai, who waved back. Scene change. At the ORC, Murayama was being trained by Kiba and Renjiro was being trained by Akino. Murayama had a knack for sword wielding and was a natural at sparring with swords. Kiba made a basic steel sword for her, and was slightly surprised at how strong Murayama was naturally. Renjiro, on the other hand, was a complete mess. He had a decent amount of magic reserves for a low-class devil, so it was decided that Akino would teach him magic. But boy oh boy, she was in for a ride. He messed up at even the simplest of spells such as slight knockback or defense barriers. Even after promoting to bishop and using the whole day, his spells didn't even leave a mark on Akino. She was utterly disappointed. You say you are stronger than Issei, huh? Let me tell you, Issei mastered these basic spells in a few hours, and he had much lower magic reserves than you have. And I am talking about magic, which is your strong point and his weak point. If he were to fight you physically, to say you will perish is an understatement. Akino said angrily. I will not lose to that pervert, said Renjiro angrily. He formed a knockback spell which used up all of his energy, but it only managed to ruffle Akino's clothes. Akino started to form clouds out of anger, but sighed and composed herself. We are done for today. She spoke harshly and walked away. Renjiro refused to believe he is weaker than that pervert. So, what was the progress today? Asked Rias. They were currently in the ORC room. Everyone was present, except Renjiro. He was probably screaming somewhere at the thought of being weaker than Issei. I was thoroughly surprised with Murayama. She was a complete natural and managed to land a couple of hits on me. I told her what her flaws were and she listened to me attentively and tried her best to fix them. There is still a lot for her to learn, but she will be a fine pawn. Kiba said proudly, patting Murayama on the back, which made her smile and blush slightly. Rias gave a proud smile to Murayama. Akino only looked down in disappointment. And you, Akino? Rias asked her best friend and her queen. To say he is a failure would be complimenting him. Akino said coldly. Rias sighed. That bad, huh? She said while looking down. I and Zenobia were teaching Kates even though she was not a part of the group, and she took to magic and blades naturally. Asia said happily. Kates blushed and smiled. Maybe it was a mistake taking Renjiro after all. Akino sighed. Maybe, but he was really persistent and Kates didn't fight with him for the spot, so I couldn't really do much about that, said a disappointed Rias. But we have to work on improving him as we can't change the past. Akino, on a scale of 1 to 10, how bad is Renjiro's magic? Rias asked. Much worse than Issei's initial magic. She said bluntly. This caused the entire ORC to sigh. Issei was good at magic now, but initially he was absolutely horrible. And to be worse than that was going to be trouble. Look then, Akino, Asia, Gasper, Rosweiss, Ravel and Kaneko, I want you all to help Renjiro, since he will need a lot of help. While Zenobia, Kiba and Irina, you guys can help both Kates and Murayama. Even though Kates is not a part of my peerage, she is still a comrade, said Rias. Hi Bucho, everyone spoke in unity. Oh Issei, what have you left me to deal with? Rias thought sorrowfully as everyone left the room. Renjiro was called from wherever he was and his tutors started to teach him basics. Renjiro was barely able to form a sphere for knockback and it took all of his power. Knockback, a skill which requires absolutely no power. His tutors were honestly frustrated with him but knew that they had to keep going. For Rias, the amount of insults he threw at Issei and refusing to believe that Issei was even barely as strong as he was made all of his tutors rage on the inside. They wanted to tell him the truth so bad so that he would shut up, but knew that they couldn't, not at this point of time. Murayama and Kate's tutors were having a much better time. Marayama and Keitase were naturals at sword-wielding thanks to being part of the Kendo Club. They were improving at a rapid pace. Their tutors were honestly impressed. Most of the reason why they were improving so quick was because they trained with Issei a few times, who was much stronger than either Kiba, Zenobia, or Irina. Marayama was stronger than Keitase, but not by a significant amount. They were able to hold their own against the three amazing sword wielders. Rias was practicing her power of destruction alone. She put up a barrier around the field near the ORC club and started attacking the barrier. She seemed to have reached a point where her powers were strong, but they weren't getting any stronger. She kept on going for a long time. That was until Aquino showed up. Rias, you shouldn't force yourself to go this hard. You know that in due time you will get stronger. Aquino spoke to Rias from behind the barrier. That is not what Issei did. He didn't just wait around to get stronger. He trained. Boom, trained hard. Boom, knowing that he was weak. Boom, not even. Boom, sacrificed. Boom, his. Boom, God. Boom, DMN. Boom, hand. Rias spoke to Aquino while still using her destruction power against the barrier. At the end of her monologue, she could feel a hand on her shoulder. She looked back to see Aquino looking at her with teary eyes. At that point she broke. She hugged Aquino and started crying. Aquino hugged her back and started crying as well. Rias, he will always be here, I know he will. Aquino whispered. But I don't see him, Aquino, and that's the problem. I won't be able to live without him. My life is pointless. Rias whispered back. He wouldn't want you to be like this. He would want you to be strong. He would want you to keep the peace in his hometown. He would want you to be the Rias he loved. Aquino told Rias. How can I be the Rias he loved if the Issei I loved isn't here? Tell me, Aquino, can you, or the other girls, or the boys, ever be the same? Rias asked Aquino. Aquino just closed her eyes and started sobbing. Never, she whispered. Both of them cried in each other's embrace for a while. After they stopped, they wiped their tears away. So, how was training with Renjiro? Rias asked in a broken voice. Horrible, the amount of times I just wanted to disintegrate him. Aquino said with a broken voice with a hint of anger in it. He keeps on disrespecting Issei, doesn't believe that Issei is stronger than him. While he can't perform even the basic spells which people don't even require, he is physically not strong either. What do we do with him? Aquino was desperate. Keep training him. There is a reason why he costs 4 pieces. Let's just hope picking him over Keitase was not a mistake. Rias hoped. Rias made a communication circle which connected the entire ORC and told them that they were dismissed for the day. Scene change. It has been 3 hours since Issei came back, which translates to 3 weeks. He mastered everything, even Holy Lightning and Yujitsu, which surprised Draig even more than the time spell did. The only things that were left for Issei to read were the books on the sacred gears and great swords. He removed the dome which slowed time, as he already did everything he wanted to do to get stronger. He didn't really plan on reading any of the 2 books completely right now. He picked up the book on great swords and went straight to the content page which listed all of them. He went through the swords, reading a bit of history behind all of them, although not all. His interest was piqued when he read the history about a certain sword. His eyes widened. He knew what he needed to do next. Marayama and Keitase were on their way to meet Issei. They had so much to tell him as it had been so long since they last met him. They were walking on the road which led to the field Issei lived in. They had never really noticed the scenery while going on the road before. The road was filled with beautiful and colorful flowers. There were many birds flying around and a lot of animals in the fields below them as the road was slightly elevated. The ORC was training till early in the morning, so Keitase and Marayama were able to witness the beautiful sunrise. They were staring at the sun in awe as they were walking. Soon they reached the place where Issei was, but they were surprised as they saw Issei reading a book. Issei, where did you get that? Keitase asked, which slightly startled Issei. He was expecting them to come, but he was so engrossed in the book that he failed to notice that they were right in front of him. There was a supernatural library outside Kyoto. I got it from there. He said, So, Murayama, you got into Rias's peerage, I presume? Asked Issei. Both the girls were shocked. But then they remembered that people with a lot of power can sense when a person is a devil, angel, or a fallen angel. I did, and so did Renjiro-kun, said Murayama. Issei gave a confused look. Tasuki got into Rias's peerage? I mean, he did seem like a decently strong guy. I would suppose he is a natural? Issei asked. Keitase and Murayama chuckled initially but then burst out into laughter. After a minute of completely losing it, they managed to compose themselves and wipe their tears. He is so bad. He is much worse than Keitase, who isn't even a devil. Murayama laughed. You should have seen how tired he was after trying to use knockback on Akino Fukubuchu, and failed. Laughed Keitase. Knockback? That's not even a skill that requires energy usage. It's basically just pushing someone back. Issei was surprised. He knew that he was terrible at magic first, but not being able to use knockback? That is on another level. So, why did Keitase not get in? Issei asked. Murayama proceeded to tell him the whole story. He started chuckling at the end. Yeah, he probably only has a regular sacred gear. He has a decently high magic reserve on top of a regular sacred gear. That is why he was worth 4 pieces. Even if you are worth 1 less piece, you are 100% stronger than him at this current state. But who knows? Maybe in the future he will be stronger than me, Issei said. Keitase and Murayama didn't believe that could ever happen at first, but then they realized that Issei was living proof that what Issei just said was entirely possible. He was initially a pervert who was nothing special and was easily the weakest of the group. But he trained hard and now he was easily the strongest of the group. Hey, look at that bird, Issei said, pointing to a white bird. Where? Both of them asked. That white bird over there is really rare, and only could be seen in this place, Issei said, returning to his original position. I see it. Wow, it's really pretty, Murayama commented. Something which you two are not, Issei said coldly. You excuse me? Murayama exclaimed. Keitase just stared at Issei menacingly. Did you two really think I befriended you two because I was nice? No, I was using you both. I could sense that you two had some special things in you. I thought that you both will be perfect servants for my peerage. But now that Rias took you in, I have no use for you or you as you are going to be with Rias for most of the time. I'm glad those two took you in, as now that I have gained more knowledge, you two are worthless beings. I can't believe I used to perv on you two simpletons, Issei said with venom on his tone. Murayama's face went dark. Her fist clenched up. She started emitting a dangerous aura which was felt by both of the beings present there. I can't believe I thought you changed, she said in a dark voice as she stepped towards Issei. I thought that you changed and I can finally tell you how I feel. A bright aura surrounded her right hand. I always liked you, Issei. Ever since we met in middle school, you were kind, fun-loving, always cared for other, and then after you came to high school, you became a pervert. I can't begin to tell you how much that broke my heart. The guy I liked, loved, turned into something so evil. I hoped you would change, and I really thought you did for a while, but now you've turned into something worse. A person who treats others like objects, and if there is something I hate more than perverts, it's people like you, she said with an extremely dark voice. As she screamed at the final part, out of her right hand came out a brilliant sword. It had a burnished finish to it and had a golden hilt. There was a brilliant and shining crystal embedded into the hilt. Issei's maniacal face got replaced with a calm face, and then he smiled. Looks like my plan worked, in more ways than one, said Issei after opening his eyes and giving Murayama a warm smile. What? She said. It seems like she was back in control of her body. She saw the sword she was wielding and gasped. WWH, what is this? She exclaimed. And what do you mean by what you said? Murayama's eyes filled with tears. Allow me to explain, said Keitase with a confident smile. What? Murayama was confused. Flashback. Hey, look at that bird, Issei said, pointing to a white bird. Where? Both of them asked. Issei quickly made a time dome around him and Keitase. Well, what is this? What is this green thing? And why is Murayama frozen? What did you do, Issei? She screamed at Issei. Calm down, I just made a time dome where time inside flows faster than time outside. Since inside the zone, 1 week equals to 1 hour outside the dome, Murayama looks like she is frozen, but she is completely fine. I did this to talk to you about something. Issei said with a serious face. Oh, I'm listening. Kate said cautiously. Issei started explaining something to her. Kate's eyes widened at Issei's words. He then told what his plan of action will be. Kate nodded at Issei's plan. Issei quickly retracted the dome. Flashback. Why you did this to bring out my speciality? Asked Murayama. I did, although it turned out a bit differently than what I imagined. He said. That right there is Hautaclear. It's one of the great holy swords. Well, at least it was. Issei pointed at the sword which Murayama was holding. What do you mean by this? Asked Murayama. Since you are holding it, it's now a devil sword. If it wasn't a devil sword, you would be dead by now as it emits an aura lethal to devils. If trained hard enough, its aura will reverse and will be deadly to angels and fallen angels. Said Issei. I read in my book that it moved on from its original wielder for an unknown reason. In the book, the page gives off an aura of the thing that is on the page, and the pages on Hautaclear gave off a really similar aura I felt from you, Murayama. Issei smiled at Murayama. Sorry for my little trick there. He rubbed the back of my forehead. Murayama's eyes started overflowing with tears. It was not funny, Issei. I honestly thought I lost you for good this time. Murayama started sobbing. That is what I'm most curious about. Murayama, did you mean what you said? Asked Issei curiously. Every single word. I love you, Issei. Although for a while I didn't like you for your perverted nature, I always had hoped that you would change, and it seems like now you did. She said with a teary smile. Considering that I used to peek on you guys, it is safe to say that I love you as well. Issei said with an awkward yet warm smile. After hearing that, Murayama jumped on Issei and kissed him on his lips, throwing Hautaclear on the ground which made it disappear. Issei was shook at first, but then decided to reciprocate the kill. Much to Murayama's pleasure. She aimed as she felt Issei's warm tongue inside her mouth. Issei and Murayama's tongue were fighting for dominance. Naturally, Issei was whining that fight. After a minute of tongue clashing, they broke the kiss for some air, leaving a string of saliva connecting their mouths. They both smiled at each other lovingly. If you go around peeking at the kendo club girls again, I will kill you. She pouted. Don't worry, that is behind me now. You do have many other girls to fight with though. Issei smirked at Murayama. I don't mind sharing as long as you give me attention. Murayama said with a smile. Issei was shocked at first, but then smiled back at her. Kate was looking at the events that transpired. She couldn't help but feel jealous of Murayama. She didn't have a crush on Issei like her friend, but in these past couple of days, Issei seemed to have charmed her as well. Murayama looked at Kate and smiled at her. What do you think about one more girl being added to your harem, Issei? She asked Issei while looking at Kate. Issei looked at Kate to see that she was blushing and had an envious look on her, but as Issei looked at her she became flustered and didn't know what to do. Seriously? Even you? Murayama liking me was surprising enough, but I thought I was your mortal enemy. Issei was even more surprised that Kate liked him as well. Issei, it's not my fault that after your transformation you turned out to be the most charming man I've ever met. She retorted. Issei just smiled, went close to her, and kissed her. It wasn't as long as Murayama's kiss, but it was enough to satisfy Kate. I love you as well. Issei smiled. Kate only smiled back at Issei lovingly. Murayama suddenly gasped. Oh my God, I just thought about how I would feel if you were gone. I wouldn't ever be able to think straight. If this is how I feel, how bad does the ORC feel? Murayama panicked. Issei, are you sure you are doing the right thing by not telling the ORC that you are alive? I keep seeing them mourn every day. I can now feel what they must have been going through. Kate asked worriedly. Issei looked down. Even if it is better for me to tell them that I am alive, I don't think I can face them right now. I still haven't got stronger to a point where I can say that I have trained all these months to be her pawn again, that is even if I am able to be her pawn again. Issei said sadly. Riasbucho said that those 8 pawn pieces are still attached to you. They were able to make usable copies from those 8 pieces. So, effectively she has 16 pawn pieces and 8 of them are used on you. Keitei said while holding Issei's shoulder to comfort him. Issei was surprised for a moment, but then he sighed and smiled. Ajuka, the wonders you can do. Anyways, you two should be going, you have school. Issei said, also, maybe try to not reveal your sword to the ORC yet? They might be really suspicious. And if you do reveal it when you are in such a position where they would think you did it out of self-defense. Murayama nodded. And don't worry, Keitei, I won't try to awaken your sacred gear in the same way I did with Murayama. He gave an awkward smile. Keitei sighed a sigh of relief, while Murayama pouted in anger. It was not funny, Issei, she said, while looking down in sadness, as if imagining what Issei would have become if he was like that. Issei held Murayama's shoulders. I will never be anything of that sort, I will promise that on my life. Issei said with a comforting smile. Murayama smiled back at Issei. I know you won't. With that, both of them were off to go back to their homes. You are truly something else, partner. You not only helped to Hauteclear's wielder to summon it, but also scored 2 more girls in the process. Drake said proudly. I guess those are the traits of being a dragon? Issei said confidently. Indeed, partner. Drake agreed. Scene change. Kuohai was already in a mess. There was a huge thunderstorm which cut off all the electricity in the town. The school was really hot and no one had the energy to even get up from their seats. Screw you, Issei, you had to practice your holy lighting power right now. Didn't you? Keitei groaned. Murayama nodded at Keitei's comment. The lightning which hit the town was not your average lighting. It was brighter and much stronger and had a golden-like color. The ORC shrugged it off as some angel accidentally triggering it, but both Keitei and Murayama knew this was Issei's doing. This is good sort of training, going through a regular day without the luxury of fans or air conditioning. Ria stated. You're kidding, right? You won't even try to fix it? Asked a horrified Renjiro. Nope, and you just have to deal with it. Said Rias in a commanding voice. Scared to even try to argue, Renjiro just nodded and accepted that today will be like hell. Most of the ORC members had no problem with it, as they had trained in far worse conditions. But for the 3 newbies, it was going to be tough. Going through the regular PRDS was bad enough, but on top of that, during their after-school training, they won't be allowed to turn on the fans or the air conditioning. Renjiro's tutors were helping Renjiro in his knockback power. Huge, this is impossible. Groaned Renjiro. Yeah, no kidding. Huffed Akino. Renjiro-kun, imagine yourself pushing a person with your hands. It's the same thing, just do it with magic. Asia said to Renjiro. It will happen subconsciously. Said Rosweiss. Why is this taking me so long? I have practiced this for days now. There is no way that pervert did this in one day. No way. He screamed, and as he screamed he managed to knock all his tutors back a few steps. Yes. I did it, take that, perv. He screamed in joy. Akino sighed and face-palmed so hard that she might have given herself a concussion. Good job, you just performed the easiest spell ever in the history of ever. The second easiest spell is 10 times harder than this. She looked at Renjiro with an expressionless face. Straight face. Renjiro just sighed and decided to fall flat onto the ground. This is so hard, why can't I be a physical fighter? I am no good at magic. He cried. Okay then, try and hit me. I am myself a magic user, but since I have a rook piece I need to focus on physical strength. This might be good training for me. Rosweiss said. I'll show you how strong I am. Said Renjiro. He pulled up his sleeves and got into a fighting stance. He aimed to punch Rosweiss' gut, hoping to at least knock her back a couple of steps. He got his fist ready and punched her right in her gut, only to be met with a raised eyebrow from Rosweiss. You are joking, right? Rosweiss asked. Renjiro kept on hitting Rosweiss and even kicked her gut once, but she didn't even flinch. At least with your magic you were able to knock me back. Hey, just stick to magic, kid. This is just embarrassing, Rosweiss sighed. Ak, Renjiro screamed. With Kates and Murayama. Those two and Irina, Zenobia and Kiba have become good friends. Both of them were already much stronger than they thought they would be in such a short time. So they just had some food. And talked for a bit. Murayama, how about you show me how strong you have gotten? Let's have a duel. Kiba challenged Murayama. Murayama was hesitant at first, but then smiled challengingly. Even though I'm most likely going to lose, I will give it my all, said Murayama. Now that is the spirit. Irina cheered. Go get him, cheered Zenobia. Both Kiba and Murayama got up and went to opposite sides of the battlefield. They both got into fighting stances. Kiba forged a steel sword and Murayama drew her sword from her pocket. Kiba made her a sword whose blade would disappear when she wanted it to and she could put its hilt in the pocket. Other than that, it was an ordinary steel sword. Both jumped at each other and clashed their swords. Murayama swung her sword against Kiba's ways, but he maneuvered his way out of it and swung his sword towards Murayama's arm. She blocked it with her sword and with a quick motion of her foot, made Kiba trip and almost fall on the floor while Murayama tries to hit his back. Kiba, however, quickly recovers and with insane speed goes behind Murayama. Murayama quickly turned around thanks to her kendo skills and was able to block Kiba's sword from hitting her neck. Murayama put some power into her blade and pushed Kiba back for a brief second before promoting to knight. She was able to do so as Rias had given Zenobia some sort of a badge which let pawns in her peerage promote without her. Now that she had faster speeds, she dashed towards Kiba and clashed swords with him again. Now this is good, you have been performing excellently, maybe I should step it up a notch. Kiba smirked. Kiba, with a huge force, knocked Murayama back with his blade and quickly forged a sword of fire. Murayama was intimidated by his sword, but only for a bit. She was on guard as she knew she couldn't dash into him with his sword of fire. Kiba dashed onto her, fully expecting her to block. But instead, she did something he could never imagine. She made her blade disappear for a moment, which made Kiba's blade go right past her. He of course was shocked and lost his balance for a bit. Murayama took this small window to use her feet to sweep him off his foot and he fell onto the ground. She made her blade reappear and went directly at Kiba's chest. Kiba managed to block it but was really impressed by Murayama's creativity, something which was a characteristic trait of Issei. In the adrenaline rush, Kiba mistook Murayama for Issei for a moment because they were both creative in their sword-wielding skills. He pushed Murayama back yet again and this time, he chanted a spell. Balance Breaker, Sword of Betrayer. Since Kiba mistook Murayama for Issei, he planned on going all out. A bright glow formed on his hands, and as the light ended, the holy demonic sword could be seen. It was among the great devil swords as one of the strongest swords ever forged due to its dual power. The sight sent shivers through Murayama's spine. Case, Zenobia and Irina's eyes went wide at this. They were quietly enjoying the battle, but this was maybe a bit too much, was what they thought. Kiba, with his extreme speed, came right in front of Murayama. Murayama was able to block the sword, but it was really close. Her sword stood no chance against this behemoth. She tried to push Kiba back, but failed as her sword could not overpower Kiba's, even for a second. Instead, took her sword back and jumped to the side, hoping that Kiba would lose his balance again. However, knights learn to adapt, and Kiba was no different. Although he didn't see this coming, he was fully prepared for it. He quickly jumped up and delivered a roundhouse kick to her gut, which sent her back quite a few feet. Knights were fragile, so it took a toll on her. But she was able to recover rather quickly and looked up. She saw that Kiba was going to attempt to jump and push his sword down. If she tried to block, her sword would be crushed and, well, she would be done for. Kiba jumped while lifting up his arms. This scene happened to go by in slow motion. The three spectators shouted the knight's name, Kiba. Murayama stood there and knew there was no other choice. She closed her eyes and formed a vision of her special sword in her mind. Hauteclair, is what she shouted with her eyes closed. As Kiba's sword got nearer and nearer, Kiba's mind snapped back into reality and remembered that this wasn't Issei who he was fighting. If this attack hits her, she would surely die. However, he couldn't stop the attack now, it was going to hit. Kiba closed his eyes, embracing the fact that he will be the killer of the comrade he was training. "Murayama, I am so sorry," he thought, until he heard a massive clang. He looked down to see Murayama holding a huge sword, and not just any other sword, it was the holy sword Hautaclear. Murayama pushed Kiba back with huge amounts of force coming from her. She knew that if Kiba wasn't holding back significantly, she wouldn't be able to push him back. So she took advantage of the fact that Kiba wasn't in his strongest form and pushed him back a significant amount and continued attacking him. Kiba was so shook that he could only put his sword in front of his face and block the attacks from Murayama. The blade she was wielding made her much stronger, and the blows she was landing on his sword were actually reflected. However, after about 6 or 7 blows, Murayama was exhausted of all of her energy and used her sword as support to stand up. The 3 spectators had an incredibly hard time taking in what just happened, especially Zenobia and Irina. Kates was also really shook, but at least she had seen Hautaclear before, while Zenobia and Irina had not. Murayama was huffing and puffing. She was on the brink of fainting from exhaustion. Kiba withdrew his sword and quickly went near Murayama and hugged her. "I am so sorry. I had never had a fight like this in a long time. The way you used your sword reminded me of Issei. In the midst of the adrenaline rushing through my body, I couldn't tell the difference. I am so sorry, please forgive dash." Kiba started frantically apologizing. Who could blame him? He nearly killed his friend. "You don't have to apologize. It happens sometimes. When you think of someone you have have a great bond with, it's not uncommon to mistake someone else for that person in the heat of the moment." Murayama tried to comfort a trembling Kiba. She almost leaked the fact that she knew about Issei's death, but managed to save it on the fly. "Thank you, Murayama." He broke from the hug and bowed to Murayama. "Kiba, what were you thinking?" screamed Zenobia. "You could have killed her," screamed Kates. Kiba could only bow down in shame and ask for forgiveness. "Hey now, all is well that ends well, right?" Murayama said. Irina was staring at the sword Murayama wielded. "Hautaclear? But Oliver is the wielder. Wait, didn't he say that the sword moved on from him? So you are the new wielder of Hautaclear? But it is a holy sword. It has an aura lethal to devils." Irina was confused. "Correction, was a holy sword," said a voice. "Rias and the others have come to the place where the fight took place. We sensed a lot of energy being given off over here. And we saw the whole fight." Rias started. "Kiba, although I am extremely disappointed with your lack of self-control, something that you were the best at, I can understand why this happened. I was about to put a shield around Murayama, but then she summoned Hautaclear. Hautaclear was considered a holy sword as it was always wielded by a holy person. However, swords never chose their wielders based on their factions, they chose them based on their heart. Even though Murayama is a devil, it seems that her heart was pure enough to the point where Hautaclear chose her as its new wielder. Similar to what happened with Ascalon and Issei. It will still be classified as a holy sword, as the sword still has had only holy wielders up till now, and it has not gone through a complete change like Arondite. But in your hands, it will act as if it was a devil sword." Rias explained. "Wow, Murayama, you were so good with the sword. You even managed to hold your own against Kiba." Asia exclaimed. "The sword chose a perfect wielder," said Rosweiss. "Amazing." Ravel marveled at the sight of Murayama wielding such a great sword. "Strong." Kaneko could feel the strength of the sword. Akino smiled at Murayama. "So what, it's just a rusty old sword. I'm telling you, my sacred gear will be much better," Renjiro retorted, to which Murayama gave an awkward smile. Akino looked at Renjiro with killing intent. "You better hope you do, otherwise, the one training you will be me, alone. And you will get to see my sadistic side. Really well," said Akino, which sent chills down everyone's spine, especially Renjiro. Keitase was happy for Murayama, but again, felt jealous of her. She had one of the great sorts. Keitase also had a sacred gear, but by what both Issei and Ria said, it was probably going to be a really common one. So she looked down, sorrowfully. Scene change. I see, so she finally used it in a battle. I hope she is able to the ORC how she got it without revealing my secret. Issei thought as he felt the power being expelled from the clash of swords. Anyways, I have already finished everything here. Mastered the basics of Yujitsu and Holy Lightning, completely mastered ice magic, mastered destruction magic, mastered sword wielding, even read through the history books, all in 1.5 days. Honestly could have been quicker if I didn't decide to read the history books outside the time dome. He teleported to the library and opened the door. It seemed like Fuyuki was reading something. What Kaya reading? Issei asked, which startled Fuyuki. Issei chuckled slightly, which made Fuyuki pout. Hey, you know how well books are able to make a person concentrate only on it. She retorted cutely, which made Issei go wild. Every time he talked to Fuyuki, he went wild. Anyways, I am here to return the books, Issei said as he put the books on the counter. Why you actually finished all of them? I. Fuyuki couldn't believe that Issei finished all the books. And don't tell me you. She pointed at the book of Yujitsu. Issei summoned a golden sphere similar to Senjutsu, but it was giving off a slightly different aura around it. Fuyuki gasped and coughed. Whoa, are you okay? Asked Issei. Yeah, no. She nodded. You are not a Yukai or an angel, but managed to learn both Senjutsu and Yujitsu and Holy Lightning? And Kasha as well, Issei smiled. Fuyuki nearly fainted after hearing that. Okay, we need to have a spar session together. I can't believe you did all of this. For a normal person, even learning ice and destruction magic is difficult, but you. Fuyuki was extremely surprised. Sure, just give a time and place. Issei smiled. This Sunday at the field behind the library. Fuyuki smiled challengingly. The loser has to do anything that the winner has to say, except killing yourself or others, giving away your power, etc., etc. She said. Loser? So I guess instead of a spar session it's a challenge, huh? Issei returned a challenging smile. I agree. Well then, best of luck. Fuyuki outstretched her hand. To you too. Issei outstretched his to shake her hand. As their hands met, both of them blushed. Oh God! Her skin is so soft. How can a person be this perfect? Issei was losing it as always. Oh my! Such a strong hand. I can feel that he has been through a lot, and the amount of power, he is not even in his strongest form. Even Fuyuki started losing her composure. They broke the handshake and Issei went inside the library. Let's go to the advanced section now, ice and destruction magic. Thanks to you, Draig, I don't need these books. You're welcome, Draig replied. Taimutsu kurikusu, let's see what this is. Yep. Nope, the first page is already insane. Senjutsu? This should be good. Jujitsu? Yeah, let's take this as well. Oh? Foxfire? I guess there is no basics for it since it is similar to Yujitsu in terms of the basics. Let's take this. Holy Lightning, sure. Dragonfire, Outrage. I already mastered these, but I guess I can take these. Don't really need sword wielding, thanks to you. Draig, oh. Partner. That form of magic is extremely volatile. I would suggest you stay out of there. Draig worried. Relax, Draig. I know that the Trihexa family is the only family able to use corruption magic, but hey, I did learn Senjutsu, Yujitsu, Holy Lightning, and Time Magic, remember? I think I can learn this as well. Issei comforted Draig. Okay. Draig was hesitant. Whoa, I see why there isn't a basics book for it. Nothing about this magic is basic, let's use it. It also works as illusion magic, which is something I really wanted to learn as well. I don't see anything else which could be of use. Yeah, I think these are enough. Issei took the books to the counter. Fuyuki saw the books and placed her elbow on the table, opened up her palm and rested her head on it. I have no words. Heh, this might take me 3 days though, said Issei, to which Fuyuki only sighed. Sure, I'm 99% sure you will return these by today. Fuyuki sighed. How strong will this guy get? Does he not know yet that he is on the same level as the devil mouse, angel seraphims, and the highest order of fallen angels? Heck, even Yasaka? She thought. Issei walked out of the library, teleported back to his field, and created a time dome. So, what should I do first? I guess I should get the new stuff out of the way. He picked up the books of corruption magic and foxfire. Let's start with corruption magic. Foxfire will be easier to learn, he said. Issei entered his mindscape. Partner? What are you doing here? Drake asked, surprised to see his partner in the mindscape. I can summon many objects in the mindscape to practice my corruption magic on, and if I do go berserk it's just in my mind and it won't affect the body. Well, unless I enter the Juggernaut drive. Issei said. When did you get this smart? Drake asked, feeling proud yet confused. Maybe after I died for the 3rd time. Issei laughed. He summoned his book of corruption in his mindscape. He studied it carefully. So all the spells will come naturally to me after the corruption process? But the corruption process is the most difficult thing to perform. That is why the Trihexa family is able to perform corruption magic, since their corruption is hereditary. Said Issei. This might be more difficult than the basic time spells. Issei sat down with his legs crossed. He took his book of corruption and muttered a spell. The book started floating in the air with a dark orange sphere around it. The sphere started pixelating from time to time. Issei now stood up and went in a fighting stance, but it was a very specific stance. He put his right foot forward. He bent heck back towards the right. He put his left hand forward and put it in a position where it seemed like he was grabbing a ball. His eyes started glowing orange and black. He was giving off a suffocative aura, which even Drake noticed. The orange was glowing brighter and brighter and the black was growing darker and darker. Issei's body started pixelating. First it was his left hand, then his arm, then his torso, then his left arm and hand. Then it was his legs and finally his face. The book started pixelating as well and it was moving towards Issei's body, if you could even call it that. It was a deformed mishmash of black and orange pixels. This went on for about an hour inside the mindscape. Outside, however, Issei was seen meditating inside the time dome. After an hour, the light went down. Issei's deformed body started taking a new shape. His body started unpixelating and revealed an Issei who was meditating. The book came out of his body and rested before his feet. Partner, you did it. I never thought you would be learning corruption magic out of everything. Partner? Drake noticed that his partner was not responding. Issei was just meditating. He is going berserk, spoke a female voice. Elisha? Drake started. I have seen this happen myself, Drake. The corruption process makes it so that your body is able to use corruption magic as it becomes pixelated and is deformed, hence it's called corruption. However, there is almost always a side effect. Either it is you losing a limb, an eye, an organ. For Issei, the side effect is physically the best one but mentally the worst. Going berserk. Since Issei is really strong, right before going berserk he put his body in meditative mode so that he could fight the corruption inside his brain, kind of like going inside his mindscape, Elisa explained. And my partner knew about this? Drake asked. He did. No doubt about that. He probably cut your connection for a few seconds as he read the side effects, to stop you from worrying. Issei is strong, Drake, he will get through this. Elisha comforted the red dragon. He better, said Drake. Scene change. At an unknown place. Oh, I see a new person has awakened the corruption inside him. Said a feminine voice. Foolish, he will destroy himself. Said another feminine voice. Not this time. This being is strong. Yes, he will get through this corruption process. And when he does, I would like to meet this special person. Said the first feminine voice. Scene change. At the ORC. Asia, so, what are we doing again? Said a Pinkette. We are going to Kyoto. Ria Sonissima told us that there is a supernatural library present there. Everyone else was busy, so I thought that we should go and visit. She said before getting on board a train. And why are we not just using a magic circle? Asked Kates. Because we are not strong enough to directly go past. The barrier which protects the Yukai territory, said Asia. And anyways, this supernatural train is really fast. We should be in Kyoto in about 3 minutes. Keitase felt awkward being inside a train where there were so many devils, angels and fallen angels. It seems like they were at peace for now since no one was attacking the other. The three factions are mostly at peace, but usually when opposite faction members see each other, they usually start attacking. However, since this train is a mutual peace zone, no one attacks the other as they know that all of them are using the train, said Asia. I see, said Keitase. Tell me, Asia, what type of sacred gear do you think I have? Asked Keitase. Asia thought for a while. I'm not sure, Keitase-san. I am not as strong as Ryusonisima or Akinonisima, and even they are not able to say what type of sacred gear you have. Issei sighed sorrowfully. I am the weakest, she said softly. Asia felt a hug as she said that. Don't say that, Asia. I have seen some of the battles your peerage has been in. Without you, your peerage would have lost, said Keitase, comforting Asia. Thank you, Keitase-san, said Asia happily. Oh, look, we have already arrived, she said, which surprised Keitase. The doors opened and they stepped out of the train. The station was out in the open and there were many shops. Some sold sweets, some toys, and some sold dresses. Keitase was really surprised seeing all the shops. Wow, this is just like shops you see in regular stations, but much bigger and have much more variety, said Keitase. Keitase-san, do you want something? I have some money with me, asked Asia. No thanks, I don't want you to use your hard-earned money on me. She nodded. It's fine, Keitase-san. I only brought a bit of it. The rating games give you a surprising amount of money, said Asia. It's okay, we can get something while returning. Let's just visit the library for now, said Keitase. Okay, said an energetic and happy Asia. Asia knew the way to the Yukai temple. She and Keitase were seeing the greenery on the way there and marveled at the small spar sessions going on in public here and there. They finally arrived at the library. This is too small for a library? Keitase was confused. Hee, come inside, said Asia before opening the door and going in. Keitase just shrugged her shoulders and went in. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Whoa, this is huge, said a surprised Keitase. Illusion magic, it's one of the key factors which keep the Yukai temple safe from regular humans, said Asia. Welcome to the Supernatural Library of Kyoto. My name is Fuyuki, how may I help you? Asked a very cheerful lady. Wow, gorgeous, both of the girls marveled at the beauty of Fuyuki. Fuyuki only blushed and smiled. Hello, I am Asia Argento, Bishop of Rias Gremory. This is Yui Keitase. She is a human but she is accompanying me. Asia introduced herself and Keitase. Keitase smiled and waved. I thought that I have seen you somewhere. You are that adorable bishop from Rias Gremory's peerage, Fuyuki complimented. Asia's face went red and she stuttered really hard. She wasn't able to form a sentence. Fuyuki was looking at Asia with an expression which spelt, oh. While on the outside Fuyuki was looking cheerful, on the inside she was thinking with a serious mood. So this is Asia from Rias Gremory's peerage, the same peerage where Issei is in. Issei didn't want me to reveal his secret, but does his own peerage know about his absence? Should I tell them Issei comes here? She was thinking. I and Asia have come here as we heard a lot of things about this library from Asia's king. Would you mind telling us where to start? Keitase asked the librarian. Oh sure, why not? That section over there is for history, that section over there is for the basics of many fighting techniques, and that section over there is for supernatural epics and stories. Fuyuki pointed. Thank you very much, said Keitase before bowing. TTTT then KYYU, said a stuttering Asia. She was looking at Asia with an all-woo face again, which made Asia even more red. Since Asia was unable to move, Keitase had to practically drag her away. Those two are really interesting, she thought. The two were going to the history sections first. They were looking through books to read, while they were greeted by a very familiar voice. Asia, you came here as well? And Keitase too, said the familiar voice. Asia turned around in shock. Wah! Kiryu-san. Asia and Keitase were shocked to see Kiryu in a library which was only available to the people who knew about the supernatural. Ika Kiryu? Asked Keitase. Indeed, although I didn't know that you knew about the supernatural, Keitase. She gave a curious expression to Keitase. I didn't know that you knew about the supernatural either, said a surprised Asia. Heh, there was a lot you don't know about me. I know that the entire ORC are devils except for one which is an angel. Rosweis-chan is a Valkyrie and was previously a person serving under the Norse god Odin. She started. Wadash, Asia was still surprised. And since it seems like Keitase over here also knows about the supernatural, I won't have a problem telling you a secret. Kiryu winked. What secret? Keitase asked. Well, you know about the 72 devil pillars, right? Kiryu asked. Both Asia and Keitase nodded. Well, what if I tell you that one family which you all probably thought were extinct is alive? Both Keitase and Asia gasped. My actual name is Kyra Amy. Kiryu said with a naughty smile. But please keep calling me with the name you know. At this point, it will be weird if you called me by my birth name. Amy? But that family has been extinct since the Great War. Keitase was surprised. I just told you that. So never mind. Anyways, you are allowed to tell your peerage about me, since I have just received my evil pieces. Kiryu said with a smile. Evil pieces? Wait, that means... Asia started. Kiryu smirked. Yes, I am a high-class devil. I was a high-class devil since I was born, but I didn't receive my evil pieces till about 3 days ago, said Kiryu. And since Keitase isn't a devil yet, what do you say, Keitase? Do you want to join my peerage? Asked Kiryu. Keitase thought for a while. I am not ready to give an answer as of now, sorry, said Keitase. Good answer. I would have not taken you immediately anyways. I just wanted to see what your reply would be, said Kiryu after fixing her glasses. Anyways, so what brings you here? Ryusonisima said that this library was well known and had really informative books in it, said Asia. She is not wrong. This is the best library in the entire supernatural. I came here to strengthen my family power of fire, said Kiryu. By the way, I haven't seen Issei for a long time. How is he? Kiryu asked. Keitase's eyes went wide. She looked at Asia to see that she had a dead expression on her face. She was looking at the floor with hollow eyes. It seemed like she was about to start crying. Issei-kun is taking a break according to Ria-senpai. He won't be back for a while and we haven't heard from him. She shrugged awkwardly. Asia seemed to have regained her composure and nodded. I see, Kiryu said. Anyways, I'll be off since I got what I needed. See ya. She waved at both Keitase and Asia as she left. Who knew that she was a devil, huh, Asia? Asia? She noticed that Asia wasn't replying. She was thinking about Issei. Issei never left her mind, but it seemed like she was able to recover for a bit. But now Issei was back on her mind and she started forming tears in her eyes. She hasn't seen her beloved Issei for almost 5 months at this point. She longed for her to see her Issei, but knew that it wasn't possible. She quickly managed to recompose herself and replied to Keitase. Yeah, who would have thought? She replied with a forced smile. Keitase knew that she was still hurting inside. She could feel the pain Asia was going through. If she thought that Issei was dead, she wouldn't be able to think straight. She really wanted to tell the ORC about Issei, but she didn't want to break Issei's promise. Anyways, Asia, let's go and read something, said Keitase. I will take a book on defense magic. I need to be able to defend myself while using my twilight healing. I am already able to use some offensive spells. Asia said. Okay then, I'll take the book on sword wielding, said Keitase. They took some other books as well, such as Dragons vs. the World and The Great War. They took the books to the counter. We would like to borrow these books, said Asia. For how long, sweetie? Asked a cheerful Fuyuki. I guess a week? Said Asia. Sure. Give your peerage my regards. Tell them I am huge fan, said Fuyuki with a smile. This made Asia smile as well. I will, Fuyuki-senpai, said Asia. They took the books and left. I can sense that something is wrong. Maybe they haven't heard from Issei in a while? Fuyuki thought. Asia was able to teleport back to the ORC room now as she was outside the barrier and knew where the ORC room was. So, how was the trip? Asked Akino. She was the only one in the room. Asia and Kate started telling her about their trip. She was listening attentively until they talked about the librarian. She was absolutely divine, said Kate. I am afraid to admit it, but she had a larger chest than even you, Akino-nisama, said a flustered Asia. Akino was shocked. She had pride in the size of her chest. But someone having a larger chest than her? And it was not even like Asia said, I think that she has slightly bigger chest. No, she said confidently that she had a larger chest. Really? Asked another female voice who came in through the door. It was Rias. Even I am shocked, said Kate. But she did have a noticeably larger chest than Akino-senpai. Even Rias was shocked. She never thought that anyone would be having a larger chest than Akino. Anyways, Asia continued to tell her story. We met Kiryu-san there as well. Rias and Akino's eyes went wide when they heard this. Asia explained to them what Kiryu said. So, the Amy pillar is still alive. I will have to ask my brother about that, said a thoughtful Rias. Kyra Amy? So Ika Kiryu was an alias. Akino thought. She still wanted to be addressed as Ika Kiryu, though, said Kate. This is truly surprising. Anyways, let's see the books you got. Hummed Rias. Scene change. It has been a few hours since Issei had been meditating. Drake was getting worried. Elisha, are you sure he is okay? Asked Drake. I am positive. He should be out any minute now. Elisa comforted Drake. And indeed, as she said that, Issei's eyes shot open and he started hyperventilating. He immediately fell on the floor as he was insanely tired. That took everything. Pant, out of me. Pant. Said Issei. Partner, what happened? Drake was concerned. Issei took a few minutes to recompose himself. Basically, a pixelated form of me started to take over my body. I knew this could have happened, so I put my body in meditative mode and went into my mindscape. Inside my mindscape, I saw him trying to corrupt everything inside me. He was the strongest opponent I've ever faced, even stronger than Sarog and much stronger than Shalba. I had to go into my balance breaker to even make him feel anything. Said Issei. Thankfully I had gotten much stronger and I had a much higher tolerance. I was able to wear my corrupted self out and took him out with Ascalon, thanks to my new sword-wielding skills. Said Issei. Looks like the strongest enemy you will ever fight is yourself. Said Elisha. Hello, Elisha. It has been a long time. Said Issei. It has. Agreed Elisha. Partner, are you sure you are fine? Asked Drake. You seem to forget that I have extreme regeneration now. Said Issei. Honestly, Drake, how could you be so forgetful? Face-palmed Elisha. Hey. It's not my fault I was worried sick for my partner. But yes, I should have remembered that Issei had the flesh of Great Red and Ophis inside him. Said Drake. Anyways, it seems like you have mastered the power of corruption? Asked Elisha. Issei created a tree in his mindscape. He pointed his finger at the tree and the tree immediately pixelated and turned into nothingness. I would say so, as once my body has been corrupted, all the spells will come naturally. I will have to practice it to get better though. Said Issei. I have been meaning to ask you, but what do you mean by your body being corrupted? Drake asked. It has got nothing to do with any harm coming to my brain or body, Drake, so don't worry. Basically, my body being corrupted means that I was subjected to corruption, but I absorbed the power of corruption and now I am able to manipulate it. Said Issei. I see. So you have got the power of the said Drake. More or less. It is a much weaker form though. Said Issei. Anyways, Issei, you should escape your mindscape now. If you stay here too long your body will start to feel sore. Suggested Elisha. Oh yeah. Said Issei. He escaped from his mindscape and went into the real world. The time dome was still up and it seemed like the world outside was still the same although he had been in his mindscape for a couple of hours. He stood up and stretched his body. He felt really good after stretching. He quickly practiced all his previous skills to brush up and picked up the book about foxfire. Since I already know senjutsu and yujitsu and even a bit of kasha, this should be not too difficult. Issei thought. And indeed, within an hour inside the time dome, he already mastered foxfire. He then proceeded to learn the advanced spells of yujitsu and senjutsu, which he aced in around 30 minutes. Holy lightning took an even less amount of time and so did destruction and ice magic. After he did everything, he retracted the time dome and formed a magic circle which led to the entrance of the library. Issei walked in and saw Fuyuki doing some work on the computer. Supernatural beings using computers? This is a first, said an amused Issei. Hey, it makes out things much easier, retorted Fuyuki. Well, here are the books. He put them on the counter. Well, why am I surprised? You seem to defy every law ever, sighed Fuyuki, but she was also smiling. Anyways, I am not here to get books now. I am wondering if you know how to get to the familiar forest, asked Issei. Fuyuki raised an eyebrow. You mean to tell me you don't have a familiar? Issei chuckled nervously and rubbed the back of his head. Fuyuki just smiled and held his hand. He could feel a transfer of energy. I just embedded the coordinates of the familiar forest into you. You seem to have already been there once, so it should be easy. Just visualize a part of the familiar forest you want to go to and form a magic circle, said Fuyuki. Thank you so much, Fuyuki. You are truly a great lady, bowed Issei. Fuyuki started blushing madly. Thankfully Issei didn't see that as he said goodbye to Fuyuki and walked out of the library. It's the first time, in my entire life, I have ever been attracted to a guy. I never thought it would have happened, but you really are something else, Issei, she thought with a loving face. Back at the field. So, finally getting a familiar? Asked Drake. I think it's about time. I would be a failure of a devil if I was this strong and still had no familiar. And besides, it's a full moon night today. I would have to wait almost a whole month, said Issei. And besides, Keitase and Murayama already told me that they would be busy this week, so I am not expecting anyone to visit me either. Okay then partner, said Drake. Issei made a magic portal and went into the location he last remembered. Scene change. Issei spawned at the location where he came to when he visited the familiar forest for the very first time. Issei took in a deep breath, reminiscing his memories and started walking. He saw many animals he had seen before, and smiled at them. The animals which were usually very easily frightened did not run away at the sight of Issei, and the animals that were usually very aggressive did not attack Issei. Issei gave of this warm aura that the animals could feel and it made look at Issei with curiosity. He kept on walking and reached at another part of the forest. Oh well, looks like a dead end. There is a cave there though, I'll visit that later. Let's go in another direction, he said. He started walking but a voice startled him. You dare come here? Are you wishing for death? If you are, I will gladly give it to you, said a draconic voice. Issei looked back. He was startled, but he didn't show it. He used his senses to sense a dragon inside a cave. Since caves have a lot of metal in them, strong beings are not able to sense an enemy inside them easily. They would have to concentrate their strength on their sense to be able to sense them. Issei didn't need to concentrate much of his energy, but he did have to concentrate it in order to sense the dragon. He sensed that the dragon was a dragon king. Huge footsteps were followed by growls. After a few minutes, a giant blue dragon could be seen. This is, Ochino, partner, get out of here, screamed Drake. Issei listened to what Drake said, but he didn't move. He waited for the dragon to deliver the first strike. Oh, so you do not run. Brave, but you just fulfilled your death wish, said the dragon. Tiamat, the Chaos Karma Dragon King. I am not here to fight, said Issei in a strong voice. Maybe, but I am here to fight. The host of Drake should know better than to come to this part of the forest, growled Tiamat. What did Drake do to you? I suspected that you wanted to fight because you are a dragon, and because power attracts power, but you have some enmity towards Drake. Asked Issei. You dare ask me what Drake did wrong? Fine, why don't you ask the pathetic dragon inside you? Tiamat scowled. Drake, what did you do to Tiamat? Issei asked. I know that Tiamat would have enmity towards me, and I know that I did something wrong, but I don't remember it, said Drake from the boosted gear. You don't remember? Screamed Tiamat. You know you should feel guilty. Because of your pathetic but your host has to suffer. She said, Okay, but before you end me, could you at least tell me what Drake did to you? Asked Issei. He genuinely had no clue what Drake did to the Dragon King. And Drake would have told him if he did something so serious. Tiamat's aura started increasing rapidly. He promised me yes. And then he left to fight with that stupid white dragon and got himself killed. Roared Tiamat with a dark voice. Issei was stunned for a minute. Drake, you absolute a-hole. Issei looked at his sacred gear and said these words with venom. Even Drake was afraid. Good to see that you share the same view as me. Unfortunately, I will have to end you right now. Tiamat roared. I will deal with you later, Drake. You better hope I am dead. Issei scowled at his sacred gear. Drake would have rather took his chances with Tiamat than with Issei. A bright light surrounded Tiamat. After the glow ended, a beautiful female could be seen. She had straight and long blue hair. She was wearing a battle suit, similar to Rosweiss, but it was blue and much more revealing. She had extremely well-defined assets, similar to Fuyuki. Issei blushed at the sight of such a goddess but then quickly composed himself. You are probably the wisest host Drake ever had. The least I could do to honor you would be to end you in my human form. A form which I barely show, said Tiamat with a proud voice. Issei quickly constructed a barrier around the zone. He knew this would be a big fight. Tiamat summoned her wings and so did Issei. She was surprised that Issei had 2 dragon wings but decided to ignore it. She created a blue dragon sphere and shot it at Issei, who countered it with his own dragon sphere. Tiamat scowled and flew towards Issei at breakneck speed. She delivered a punch to his gut which knocked Issei back a bit. She continued to fly at Issei and attack him with her punches and kicks. But Issei just took in the attacks which Tiamat delivered. She was frustrated as the attacks she delivered had insane amounts of power in it. She decided to use magic. She flung her hand forward and out from her palm came a stream of ice. She hoped to do insane amounts of damage with this move, but Issei just shattered the whole stream by one punch. Now she was really angry. She flew towards Issei again and created a concentrated dragon sphere which would surely at least do damage to Issei. He threw it forwards. She was already flying at high speed, and on top of that she used a lot of force to throw it forward. So that dragon sphere was traveling at speeds not even some ultimate class devils could see. Tiamat was smiling as she thought it was over, but no. Issei just caught the sphere with his hands and threw it at the barrier, which created a huge explosion. She was confused. How could he hold her sphere? Tiamat decided to go physical again and attacked Issei with all her might. An ordinary high-class devil would have died from a single kick or punch from Tiamat, but Issei kept on taking it head-on. Now she was tired. She used a lot of energy on every single attack. My turn, Issei said with a challenging face. Issei flew at Tiamat. He flew at a speed even Tiamat couldn't see. He went up close to Tiamat and waited a bit. Tiamat was startled. Issei then delivered one punch to her gut. A single punch. Tiamat was sent falling towards the ground at insane speeds. Once she hit the ground, a large crater was formed which was about the size of a football field. There was dust flying around everywhere. Once the dust settled, an extremely injured Tiamat could be seen at the middle of the crater. She was gasping for air, was not able to move and had blood coming everywhere. Issei landed next to Tiamat. She closed her eyes and embraced her fate. She now was thinking about everything that led to this event. Sure, Drake was at fault, but she didn't have to seek revenge on Drake's host. She underestimated him and now got what she deserved. My foolishness got me here. Gasp, I was thirsty for revenge. Gasp. And now I have to face death. Gasp. Go ahead, do the deed. She was barely able to take in air. She had tears coming out of her eyes. She had never met someone as strong as this guy. She was, in a way, honored to have been felled by such a strong being. Tiamat felt light coming out of her right side. She opened her eyes to see that Issei was healing her with senjutsu. It took some time, but she was completely healed and her blood was completely recovered. She sat upright and took in what just happened. Why? Why did you heal me? She asked Issei. Why didn't you kill me when I had the chance? And why didn't you attack me at the beginning of the fight? You could have ended me right then and there. Because, my lady, my idea was never to kill you. I was testing your strength. I needed to see for myself if the Dragon King of Chaos was as strong as people made out to be, and well, she was. And I could never kill such a pretty and historic figure. Issei told Tiamat with a sincere expression. Tiamat was taken aback. He addressed her so formally and he called her pretty, something only Drake had the ball to do. But, unlike Drake, Issei wasn't poisoned with the idea of fighting. He was sincere, good-natured and strong being, something which is extremely rare to find. She also noticed that she couldn't sense Drake in him, which surprised her to a great degree. He was powerful enough to suppress an aura inside a sacred gear? Well then, Lady Tiamat, take care. I will be off. I am honored to have witnessed such a strong being today. Issei bowed to Tiamat before he was about to leave. Wait! Tiamat cried. Issei looked around to see Tiamat in tears. But she was smiling. You are a wonderful being. Even though you could have ended me in an instant, you didn't, and instead saved me. Although I was poisoned with the idea of revenge, you didn't hold that against me and instead got me rid of that idea. She started. Please, take me with you. Issei was surprised. He never would have thought that the strongest Dragon King would have asked him to take her. My lady, are you sure? He asked Tiamat in a concerned tone. I have made up my mind. I am willing to give up my pride as a dragon and become a part of another faction to be with you. She said with hopeful eyes. Issei couldn't help but be attracted to her. Her sapphire blue eyes were looking at him in such a manner, and on top of that she had an incredibly beautiful body. He smiled at Tiamat. Don't worry, I won't subject you to such dragon torture. But are you sure you want to be with me? The host of Drake? Asked Issei. Drake was foolish, he was a total battle maniac. But he had a charm which made me attracted to him. You seem to have inherited his charm, but not his battle maniac nature. You are sincere, honest and kind. I don't care that you have Drake inside you, I just want to be with you. Said Tiamat. Well then, Tiamat, the Chaos Karma Dragon, the strongest Dragon King, would you want to be my familiar? Asked Issei. Tiamat looked up in happiness. Her eyes were sparkling. Although she did say that she would have let go of her dragon pride to be with Issei, she didn't want it to be that way. By being a familiar, she could be with Issei and not lose her dragon pride. She ran towards Issei and kissed him on the lips. Issei was shook for a second, but then he reciprocated the kiss. Issei and Tiamat had the same idea of clashing their tongue with the other for dominance. After around 2 minutes of clashing, both of them were about to faint of air loss, so they broke the kiss, leaving a string of saliva connecting their mouth. I will be honored to be your familiar, she said with a loving look on her face. All right then. Issei stepped back and started the familiar pact. After it was over, Tiamat hugged Issei again. Thank you, Issei, she said. You're welcome, my lady, Issei replied. Tiamat pouted. Don't be so formal with me. I am your maid after all, she retorted. Sure, Tiamat. He smiled, but his face held a surprised expression after he realized what Tiamat said. Wait, did you say I'm a mate? He stuttered. Baka, you think I would kiss someone with this much passion unless they are not my mate? Tiamat pouted. Okay, but you do realize I have a harem, right? Issei asked. Tiamat's face brightened, and then had a lustful expression. Well, that makes it much more interesting, she said in a stuck voice. Issei gulped. Partner, not only did you defeat the strongest Dragon King, who is said to have power greater than the Mao's, but also made her a part of your harem. I am proud of you, said Drake. Tiamat just humphed after hearing the voice of Drake. Baka, she said. Don't think that your flattery would save you from my wrath. It's time for me to have a look with you, Drake, said Issei. Drake was scared. Tiamat, please, talk some sense into him. Please. He pleaded. Oh no, Drake. You will get what you deserve. And I'm telling you, you would wish that I was your host instead of Issei, said Tiamat with a naughty grin. Issei entered his mindscape. His eyes went wide and his body fell down. To Tiamat it looked like his soul had left his body, so she grew worried. She kept on jerking his body and calling his name hoping to wake him up. She started hyperventilating. After about a minute, Issei came out from his mindscape. Tiamat nearly died from stress this whole time. Issei, you baka. I thought you died, said a worried Tiamat. She hugged Issei tightly. Sorry to worry you, Tiamat. I just went to teach a dragon a lesson. He said. I am a worthless dragon. I am a worthless dragon. I am a worthless dragon. I am Drake continued. Tiamat wanted Drake to learn his lesson, but even she grew worried of Drake. Don't worry, he will be fine after a day or two, Issei said before cutting the link between him and Drake. Anyways, Tiamat, I would love to bring you home, but right now, I am sort of in a weird spot and bringing you there would cause a lot of trouble. I am currently incognito. I request you to please not alert anyone of my presence. Please. He pleaded Tiamat. I understand. I would have liked to go with you, but I understand that you have something going on in your life. Just remember, if you ever need help in anything in your life, I am one summoning circle away. Tiamat smiled. Issei kissed Tiamat again. Thank you very much, Tiamat. Issei then removed the barrier and walked out of that place. He saw the sadness in Tiamat, but she waved back at him. As he was moving through the forest just out of curiosity, he heard some familiar voices. It seems like we have all got out familiars, Kaicho. Issei's went wide when he heard this. His aura was already suppressed, so he sat down close to where that voice was coming from. He could recognize that voice anywhere. It was the queen of the Citri peerage, Shinra Tsubaki. He didn't dare to look at the peerage. He didn't know how he would react if he saw them. Well then, we should get moving. Rias and her peerage will arrive here soon. This was the voice of Sona. Issei's eyes went wide. He wasn't ready to face even Sona's peerage. He would go nuts if he saw Rias's peerage. He quietly but quickly made a run for it, which didn't escape the ears of Tsubaki. She started running into the woods. Tsubaki! Sona shouted. Tsubaki was unusually fast. Issei was faster, but he won't be able to outrun her fast enough to open a magic portal and teleport. He knew he had to use his wings. Issei could run much faster than he was running, but he wasn't able to do so right now because of the thorns in his path. Halt! Shouted Tsubaki. But suddenly she screamed. Ah! Issei stopped and looked back. He saw a hydra attacking Tsubaki. Issei knew that if he helped her, his identity would be known, but he couldn't just leave her. He then quickly thought of an idea. He made a time dome around him and the hydra. He hit the hydra and it instantly fainted in one hit. But unknowingly he suddenly contracted the dome as he was so used to contracting the dome as he was done with the work. Who are you? He heard a signed Tsubaki, who fainted. It seemed like the poison from the hydra was spreading through her body at a rapid pace. He could hear Sona and her peerage coming closer. He knew that he had no other choice but to take Tsubaki with him. He made a magic portal and teleported out of there. By the time Sona reached there was nothing other than a fainted hydra. Whatever took Tsubaki was strong, said Saji coldly. Spread out, Sona ordered. We need to find her. Scene change. Where am I? Tsubaki opened her eyes and was met by a faint green light around her. She looked down to see a person she thought she would never see again. Issei? She screamed, but instantly regretted it. She started groaning from pain. Calm down, I am trying to heal your poison. If you scream like that it will make it harder. Issei said while healing her on her leg, as that is where the hydra bit her. That hydra did a number on you. All this time, we thought you were dead, Why didn't you come back? She asked. If I suddenly came back, I don't know what would happen to me. I'm not ready to face Rias or Sona's peerage. I need to get strong enough to protect me and everyone I love from any sort of danger, no matter how much of a toll it takes on me. I was barely able to protect them last time. Said Issei. And there you go, you should be healed. Tsubaki stood up and her leg was all better again. She looked up to Issei to thank him, but immediately blushed after seeing his face. He was much taller than before, had a handsome face and a smile which would make any girl fall for him. She turned around trying to hide her blush. Why you have changed? Started Tsubaki. Maybe, but that is subjective I guess. Issei said with a warm smile, which intensified Tsubaki's blush. Where are we? She asked. She looked around to see the faint green light. She tried to make out where she was but couldn't. Basically we are in a time dome which slows down time for people inside it. 1 week inside this dome would approximately be an hour outside. Issei explained. As for the location, it's a field I have been staying in. Tsubaki's eyes widened. Why you learnt time magic? But only gods. She started. Yes I did. And it took a hell lot of time. Issei sighed. Well, I guess this is goodbye again for a while. I mean, not that I'll remember it. She said sighing. What do you mean? Issei asked. You are going to erase my memories. She looked down sorrowfully. Issei only smiled at her. I could, but I don't like erasing people's memories unless it's really important. I think I can trust you to not spill me secret? He asked. Tsubaki's face brightened up. Why you can definitely trust me. She said. Okay, but I will put a spell on you which will negate the truth spell, if someone used it on you. And although I won't erase your memories, I will alter them to anyone who uses the memory repeat spell to view your memory. Issei said. But, that's not possible. Tsubaki looked confused. Well, I learnt something known as corruption magic. Tsubaki's eyes widened after hearing that. It will help me to negate the truth spell and the memory repeat spell. Said Issei. You are truly something. Tsubaki complimented. Issei used his corruption magic to alter her memories to anyone else who tries to see it. He also uses corruption magic to negate the truth spell if used on her. Well then, I will summon a magic portal and make you unconscious. Your alias will be that you were running after a person who was eavesdropping, got attacked by a hydra and that person saved you, but you didn't get to see who that person was. He said. Tsubaki nodded, but then she asked, why were you even eavesdropping? Well, I came to the forest looking for a familiar and I got one. And as I was strolling through the forest I heard your voice and hid behind some leaves. I was surprised how you heard me even though I was being so quiet. Complimented Issei. I guess I have to protect my king and my peerage, so I had my ears open to any sounds. She said with a smile. Well then, it was nice meeting you after so long. I guess I would meet you again in... Issei started but got kissed on the lips by Tsubaki. Issei was extremely stunned, but later reciprocated the kiss. After they broke the kiss, Issei stuttered a bit. But I thought that Kiba? Issei started. He was, until today. I still really like him, but I guess being saved from a near-death situation makes you like the person who saved you. She said with a smile. Issei smiled back. Well then, now I really feel bad letting you go. Hey, how about this? Keitase and Murayama found me a while back and they know that I'm alive. They have kept the secret till now. Next time you see them leave, tell them about this situation and ask them the location where I stay. I will increase your senses so that nobody follows or eavesdrops on your conversation. Issei said as put his hand on Tsubaki's head, making her blush. A light came out of his hands and died quickly. There he said. Thank you, Issei. She bowed. Issei created a magic circle and faced Tsubaki. I will knock you unconscious now. Please don't hate me for this. He said. Tsubaki only smiled, indicating that he was free to do so. Issei channeled his ki and held Tsubaki's palm and pressed it in the middle. Tsubaki was knocked unconscious instantly. He took her and placed her near in the magic circle. He used another time dome on the circle so that the transportation happens extremely quick. He quickly started the transportation, and after about 1 second when the magic circle was gone, he withdrew both the domes. Scene change. Spread out. Sona ordered. We need to find her. Russ. Sona heard the rustling of leaves. She looked around to see Tsubaki unconscious slightly ahead of the Hydra. Tsubaki! She screamed. Tsubaki, wake up! She was almost in tears. The entire peerage formed near Sona to see Tsubaki unconscious on the ground. They noticed the bite mark on her leg. Yes, Senjutsu heals scars as well, but Issei specifically chose not to heal the scar this time so that the peerage won't be suspicious. She wasn't moving at all. It didn't seem like she was moving. They all gasped as they thought Tsubaki died from the poison of the Hydra. No, not you too. Tsubaki, please wake up. Sona was in tears. She started crying lightly on Tsubaki's shoulder. The peerage was horrified. Tsubaki probably ran into the woods trying to find someone who was about to attack them, but then got caught by the Hydra. Saji punched the ground so hard that it created a crater. That shock from the punch woke up Tsubaki. Was there an earthquake? Sona's face lit up faster than a person getting the most expensive object in the world. Tsubaki! She screamed. She hugged her queen harder than a python. Sona Kaishu? Tsubaki was still shook, but then started to remember what happened and her time with Issei. You baka, don't ever do that again. Sona cried. The peerage seemed to be overjoyed as well. They all came and hugged Tsubaki, except Saji, who only smiled and nodded from afar. Tsubaki nodded back at Saji. What happened? Sona asked, after letting go of Tsubaki. She started and remembered what Issei told her. Started running as I heard a person behind the bushes where we were talking. I thought he was eavesdropping and planning on attacking us. I heard him running, so I ran after him. Until I was attacked by the Hydra. The Hydra bit me and I fell down. The same person came and attacked the Hydra and healed me. I didn't get a good look at the person, she said. She managed to say it in a trembling voice which would help convince the peerage. I did feel his aura a bit though. If I were to meet him again, I would recognize him, said Tsubaki. I would have died if that person didn't save me. Please, next time you meet the person, call me. I need to thank him properly for saving my queen. She hugged Tsubaki again. I will, Kaicho, Tsubaki said. Sona let go of her queen, smiling, and got up. In an instant her smile faded into the face of a leader. Tsubaki, your actions were absolutely unprofessional. You could have not only put yourself in danger, but also the entire peerage. For this behavior of yours, you will have to do extra work for the next month. Are we clear? Said Sona. Hearing Sona's king tone, she quickly got up and had her queen face on. Hi Kaicho. I will do well to make sure I don't repeat my actions and I accept my punishment, said Tsubaki. Very well, we need to go now. Rias's peerage will only enter as we leave, said Sona. With this, Sona made a magic circle which led to the ORC room. Finally, what took you so long? Said Rias. We were caught up with some issues, but don't worry, everything is fine, replied Sona. Finally, I can now get my familiar and show that pervert who is the boss. Yeesh, Renjiro started, but was stopped as he felt the large amount of killing intent directed at him. As usual, the entire Gremory peerage and even the Citri peerage were directing their killing intent towards him, but he was surprised to see that it was Tsubaki who directed the most amount of killing intent. I have heard from Rias and Sona about how much insults you throw at Issei. I don't know how they tolerate it as I am not able to. You should understand whose place you are taking. If you were to meet the Hakuryuko, you would not survive even 1 second. And he was Issei's rival. If you were to meet Serog Bale, you would, again, not survive even 1 second, and Issei defeated him in a battle. So that perv you are insulting is the strongest member in either of our peerages. You should control your mouth and see where you stand. She spat with venom. Everyone was surprised, even Sona. Then Akino sighed and spoke up. There, you made Shinra Tsubaki, the most composed person in either Rias or Sona's peerage, mad. Are you happy with yourself? she spat. Usually Renjiro would talk back and say that he was stronger, but he was never scolded by the Fukukaishu ever. So he was dead silent. All right then, Rias. You can go now, said Sona. Thank you, Sona, and thank you to Tsubaki for shutting his mouth, said Rias. I don't know how you deal with him, said Tsubaki. You have no idea, said Akino. Then the Gremari group went inside the magic portal and the portal closed. That was a lot of venom coming from you, Tsubaki. Are you sure you are not a Hydra? Joked Saji. Even I am surprised, Tsubaki, said Sona. I just have a tough time with people who don't know where they stand in the world. Remember the earful I gave to you, see, after you boasted that you took 4 pieces while Issei looked like he only took 1? Said Tsubaki with a deadly smile. Saji got shivers down his spine. Don't remind me, he said. He is usually very cold nowadays, but that event still manages to haunt him. Sona looked at Tsubaki curiously. She could tell Tsubaki was telling the truth, but something seemed off. I can't believe I failed to get a familiar, said a sorrowful Renjiro. Relax. Issei has also not gotten a familiar yet, said Akino with a sigh. If you couldn't tell already, Akino really hates Renjiro. Although, on the flip side, Renjiro has a huge crush on Akino. He never shows it, but he was always attracted towards Akino. Her being harsh on him turns him on slightly. He wasn't MCST, but he kind of liked it when Akino gets mad. Yeah, that means he is no better than me. Renjiro screams. Akino just sighs and gives up. While Renjiro was screaming in joy, she sat down on a rock near her and thought about Issei. Oh, the good times she had with him. She always enjoyed teasing him in front of Rias. She enjoyed Rias's reaction, but she enjoyed Issei's attention more. He was her cute underclassman. She loved being complimented by Issei. Issei helped her get over her past, and now she is on good terms with her father. He was the first guy she was ever interested in. She started forming tears in her eyes as she started thinking about Issei. Suddenly, she felt someone hug her from behind. She thought it was Rias, but then realized that it was Zenobia. Zenobia was really quiet ever since the incident. She and Irina used to gossip among themselves really often. Although they still stay together, they both have stopped talking much. Zenobia! She started but couldn't continue as she started sobbing. Zenobia sat down beside her. You have been able to stay relatively calm this whole time, Zenobia? Akino started after she stopped crying. I guess Issei's death didn't affect you much. After all, you weren't with him from the beginning. Akino said with a sad smile. She heard sobbing, and as she turned around, she saw Zenobia crying. She had barely ever seen her crying. You have no idea how bad I was hurt after I heard the news. I stopped talking so as to not break down completely. I found some amount of joy while talking to Keitase and Murayama along with Irina, but it was still very little compared to the huge hole my heart had. Issei helped me through everything. He saved my but so many times that I can't even count them. At first, I just wanted him to have strong kids, but then I realized how great of a guy he was. He was the first person I had ever felt such feeling towards. The first guy I liked died protecting us, protecting me. And I could do nothing. She screamed, and then started crying again. Akino saw the amount of pain she was in and decided to hug her. She didn't have any words to say. She couldn't say that we will find Issei, 'cause, well, he was dead. She couldn't say that it will be all better in due time, 'cause well, it won't. Zenobia, I am sorry, I have no words to comfort you. I don't think anyone could comfort us ever again. She started shedding tears, but did not cry. Zenobia stopped crying after a while. It is fine, Akino. You embracing me is more than enough. Thank you, she said. Akino never knew Zenobia was in this much pain. She always thought that Rias, Asia, and her were the 3 who were affected the most. But now she realized that everyone was affected equally. Everyone was hurting just as bad as the other. No one was free from the pain the other was experiencing. She and Zenobia hugged for a while. As she let go of the hug, she saw that Zenobia fell asleep. She must have let out all of the emotions she had bottled up this whole time and got really tired. She smiled at Zenobia and proceeded to carry her on her back. She came back to the group, carrying Zenobia with her. Everyone looked at her and was shocked to see Zenobia on her back. She let out a lot of emotions right now. It's best if we let her rest. It's best if we all rest right now, she said. She could really see the pain in everyone now, except Keitase and Murayama, who were confused, but she couldn't blame them as they didn't know. Also Renjiro, but she chose to ignore him. Everyone nodded after they understood what Akino implied. After going back through the magic circle, they saw Ravel and Irina asleep in the couch. Their eyes were red and had wet lines under them. They were probably crying as well. They didn't have the heart to wake them up. Everyone went to their homes, except Akino, who carried Zenobia back to her house. She quietly got the key from Zenovia's pocket without disturbing her and opened the apartment door. She put her in her bed. She was about to leave, but couldn't go seeing Zenobia in such a position. Zenobia looked hurt, even when she was sleeping. Looks like there was a lot in her which she didn't let out. Since the bed was too small, Akino decided to go into her room, take a spare mattress and pillow, take it to Zenovia's room and decided to sleep on the floor. She seemed to have made a sisterly bond with Zenobia. Scene change. Issei was about to go bed. He brought out a mattress and a pillow from the pocket dimension and put it down. He created a barrier around him which prevented bugs from coming in and prevented people from seeing him sleep there. He wasn't scared of bugs, but he would still feel uncomfortable when they would crawl over him. As he pulled the blanket on himself, he noticed the clothes he was wearing. He was able to freshen up daily thanks to water magic, but he felt that he needed to change his clothes. Drake, remind me to do something about money. I really need new clothes, he said. I am a worthless dragon, I am a worthless dragon, I am a war, Drake repeated. Oh yeah, I forgot, whatever. Clothes aren't the biggest issue right now, he said before cutting the link with Drake and falling asleep. When Issei woke up, he felt something odd. Something he hadn't felt forever. Sheet. I need to go to the toilet, he thought. He quickly freshened up and brushed his teeth using water magic and toothpaste which was given to him by Murayama. He stored all the things he got in his pocket dimension. He then quickly created a magic portal which led to the library. He went and hurried without greeting Fuyuki and went to the bathroom. After coming, he felt great. That felt good. I must have stored up a lot, Issei said. As he reached the counter, he saw Fuyuki looking at him with a confused face. Sorry, I really needed to go to the toilet. I haven't went ever since I was on my trip, he said. That shocked Fuyuki. Haven't you been on your trip for about 5 months? Test. Hee. Issei replied. Fuyuki rolled her eyes. You know that is extremely bad for your health. Fuyuki lectured. Yes, sorry. Mommy, Issei teased Fuyuki. Fuyuki went red like never before. She was a complete tomato. She was stumbling and couldn't stand straight. Geez, I just teased you lightly. Issei was surprised. Deed don't toy with a girl's emotions. Fuyuki retorted. Hee. Anyways, don't we have our challenge tomorrow? Issei asked. Fuyuki recomposed herself and smiled challengingly. We do, and I have been training for it, said Fuyuki. By the way, are we allowed to use our familiars? Issei asked. Fuyuki thought about it for a while. Although you do have the aura and of a devil and that is what allowed you to get a familiar in the first place, that kind of defeats the purpose of it being a 1v1, but I do suppose that a familiar is technically part of your power although you are technically a dragon. She kept thinking. It's fine. I only asked if I could use them so as to use them in dire situations. I won't be using them throughout, said Issei. Fuyuki smirked. Oh, quite confident I see. Well then, you are allowed to use your familiar, said Fuyuki. Issei gave a challenging grin and nodded at Fuyuki. He wanted to go inside the library to learn new spells, but thought that it was pointless as of now and he should just practice the spells he knows. He went out of the library, created a magic circle and teleported back to his field. He thought he would create and time dome and practice his powers. But his plans were cancelled as he saw Keitase, Murayama and surprisingly Tsubaki sitting on the field he was living in. Flashback. Rias had just dismissed the ORC. Marayama and Kates were about to go when they heard a voice stop them. Marayama, Kates, may I have a word with you too? Marayama and Kates turned around to see that it was Tsubaki. They were surprised. Shinra-senpai, what do you want to talk to us about? Asked Marayama. Tsubaki was about to say something, but sensed that Sona was following her from behind. She was actually pretty far and was using magic to enhance her vision. Tsubaki wouldn't have noticed this without the super sense she received from Issei. As she sensed that Sona was spying on her, she felt like a needle went through her heart. Sona always trusted Tsubaki. She never inspected Tsubaki as she trusted Tsubaki with her work. Her spying on Tsubaki now made Tsubaki uneasy, but she knew why she did this. It is about a project of yours, please follow me, said Tsubaki. She started walking out of the ORC building. Kates and Marayama were confused, but followed her nonetheless. Sona stopped her magic and got closer physically. But as she went out of the building, she was angered to find that Tsubaki and her group had left already. She hummed angrily. She later sighed and walked away. However, what she failed to notice was that Tsubaki, Kates and Marayama were standing right in front of her eyes. Tsubaki used Mirror Alice paired with her new sense to completely hide her and the two. She motioned for the two to keep quiet, which they did, although they were quite confused. As she sensed that Sona was no longer near, she broke the camouflage. Okay, so, basically, I want you both to lead me to Issei, she said in a slightly quiet voice. Kates and Marayama's eyes went wide for a second. What do why you mean? Issei is on a BB break according to RR. Marayama started. I know Issei's secret. I met him yesterday. He saved my life. I owe him a great deal. While leaving Issei altered my memories a bit so that even though I would remember them as they were, people trying to look inside my memories won't. Since even he seemed to have no idea where he was, he told me to ask you too about Issei's location. I want to help him, said Tsubaki. Kates and Marayama's eyes went even wider. Tsubaki was aware of Issei? Oh, okay, we will lead you there, said Kates. Thank you very much. She seemed really happy and bowed down. Flashback and Issei just finished explaining the story to Kates and Marayama. That's why Shinra-senpai spat so much venom towards Renjiro-kun yesterday, realized Marayama. Kates nodded along with her. Issei gave a confused look to Tsubaki, who just looked on the ground and scowled. That guy didn't know where he was in the world. I really despise people like that. She spat. Issei just chuckled. Well, on the topic of Tsuki-kun, has he improved? He asked Kates and Marayama. Well, if by improvement you mean he got a tiny bit better at complaining, then yes, he has improved, sighed Kates. I can't believe how useless he was. Ria-senpai told us that you also didn't have a familiar, but the way he treated those animals, said Marayama. Issei sighed at Renjiro's actions, but then he smirked. Well, I used to not have a familiar, said Issei. Yeah, you didn't tell me what your familiar was, asked Tsubaki. Well, she's a dragon, said Issei. Kates and Marayama were slightly surprised while Tsubaki just gave a confused look. Well, how about I introduce her to you all, said Issei. He formed a familiar portal on the ground. Out of it came out a bright green light. It almost blinded the three girls so they had to cover their eyes with their hands. After the light ended, a beautiful woman with a blue battle suit, straight long and blue hair, and insane assets. Kates and Marayama blushed at the sight of such a gorgeous woman. Tsubaki did too, but she then fixed her glasses on her face, as if trying to remember where she saw this figure. Some friends of yours? Issei? Asked the figure. Her voice was so attractive, it made Marayama and Kates blush even further. They looked at their own body and sighed. Indeed. Kates, Marayama, Tsubaki, this is Dash, Issei started before getting cut off by Tsubaki's gasp. Her eyes looked like they had slightly come from of her sockets. She gasped so hard that she toppled backwards from the rock she was sitting on. She got up and kneeled down at comical speeds. Tiamat, the Chaos Karma Dragon. Your Highness, I am honored to meet you. I am also honored to be greeted by your human form, said Tsubaki in a strong voice. Wait, Tiamat? The Tiamat? The strongest of the 5 dragon kings? Exclaimed Murayama. Tiamat only laughed. Fufu, I didn't know I was this popular. Murayama, hissed Kates. Murayama looked down to see that Kates was kneeling down. Murayama gasped and quickly knelt down as well. At ease, you all, said Tiamat, smiling. They girls got up, blushing slightly. If you treat me in this way, you all should be treating Issei like he the god. He defeated me in 1 hit. And that was me at my strongest, while Issei was severely holding back. The girls' jaws were on the floor. They immediately looked towards Issei, who was smiling awkwardly. Please, keep treating me like you have been. I don't mind really, he said, waving his hand frantically. He didn't like the idea of him being treated like royalty by his girlfriends. Fufu, and please, treat me like your friend as well, said a smiling Tiamat. The incident with Issei seemed to have changed her greatly. Okay then, Tiamat-sama, the 3 girls said. Tiamat giggled. Anyways, you 3 should get to know Tiamat better. I need to be somewhere. Let's just say I have some unattended business to finish, said Issei, in a strong tone towards the end. Issei, remember, if you ever need me. She started before getting kissed by Issei on the lips. I know, Tiamat. Don't worry, I will be fine, said Issei, smiling lovingly towards Tiamat. That smile never failed to make any girl blush. The 3 girls spectating the events were jealous, but didn't dare say it out loud. Even though they knew Issei wouldn't do anything, they were still scared of Tiamat even though she already told them that she is a friend. Issei then created a magic circle and went off somewhere. Tiamat-sama, I have read some of your great battles in books, but I would really like to hear it from you and your experience, said Tsubaki with slightly shining eyes. Tiamat was shocked, but then smiled at Tsubaki. I guess those battles were really great, huh? Well then, where do I begin? Scene change. Issei was now in the underworld. He spawned close to an abandoned building. It was extremely rusted. There were plants growing everywhere and all the wood had gone moldy. Issei took in a deep breath, regretted it, and went in the building. Just as he opened the door, he felt extremely uneasy. He immediately put on a mask around his head, something which he had learned to do after the encounter with Tsubaki. He completely changed his aura so that it was that of a devil. If it was that of a human, then there would be problems. He also changed the signature of his aura, so that anyone with strong aura sense didn't recognize him. He walked around. He saw many chemical tubes, most of which were broken and there was stuff spilled on the floor. He saw many papers filled with chemical formulas, most of which he didn't understand as they used complex substance Issei has never read about. I really need to brush up on my studies, he thought to himself. He looked around and saw that it was mostly the same. As he was walking, he reached a table. In the table, there were many papers full of chemical formulas and diagrams, most of which had blood stains on them. He wasn't bothered by blood at this point. There was a journal on the table, named Experiments. There was a dangerous aura coming out from it. He was about to touch the book, before he sensed a presence. It was someone he knew. He decided to ignore them, however. He proceeded to touch the book. His hands went forward and just barely touched the book. Just as he did, his body felt as if he was shocked by 1,000 volts of holy lightning. His eyes went wide and his head went upwards. His veins started to show and his heartbeat was pulsing insanely fast. In his brain, he could only see scenes which looked as if they were out of a horror film. Please don't do this. No more to please. He heard blood-curdling screams. He saw figures which looked like they died 5 times over. They had blood oozing out of every part of their body. Their clothes were drenched in blood. They were begging the person to stop. Issei was looking at the events that transpired through the person's POV. He continued hearing those muscle-twisting screams. Issei's actual body was shaking. His breath was becoming cold and it seemed like the blood supply to his limbs were cut off. Back in his brain, every 1 or 2 seconds, a new scene appears with the familiar screams and the repeated pleading. He felt like he was inside a horror film, scarier than any horror film he has ever seen. Who would do this? Who would do such cruel things to people? They would do such things for power. Issei could sense that the people he were experimenting on were insanely strong. The amount of power they had easily surpassed the Mao's. But they were unable to use it as it caused them excruciating amounts of pain. To fix that, the person was doing even more experiments on them which caused them even more amounts of pain. There was a scream. The figure who screamed suddenly fell on the ground. Now that you have received this, time to give it to your sister. The person said in a maniacal voice. The person went towards a small child who was weeping rivers out of her eyes. She was so small. There is no way she would endure this amount of pain. She would. The person went closer and closer to the child, who was backed into a corner. Just as the injection was about to go in. No! The figure who was experimented on suddenly got up and flared their power. They jumped onto the person from whose POV Issei was watching and started scratching the heck out of that person. The person screamed in pain. As the person fell down, they looked up to see the figure. The figure was in the dark, but their golden eyes were shining menacingly. With one swift strike, the person whose POV Issei was watching from died. Issei's own body was trembling. It seemed like blood flow was completely stopped to many parts of his body. Even Draig was petrified. As the person died, Issei quickly felt a huge wire snap in his brain. Although there was nothing that snapped inside his brain, Issei did feel something, and it hurt like crazy. He quickly threw the book away and held his head with both of his hands. He knelt down in order to cope with the pain. He could feel that it was the same amount of pain that those people went through. Issei was much stronger than the people who were experimented on, and yet even he was having a hard time dealing with the pain. The amount of pain that the people must have went through. Yes, that was exactly the same amount of pain that went through us, said a feminine voice. Issei shook his head and stood up. The pain was still there, but he managed to cope with it. He looked up to see a familiar person. He used to experiment on us like this daily. The stuff you just saw were some of them. The amount of pain I felt that day still hurts me today. Not just mentally but physically as well. That experiment that my master conducted on me still remains inside me to this day, and it hurts like sheet. My master cursed his journal with a spell which makes the people who touch the journal go through those memories. Any ordinary high-class devil or fallen angel would have died going through those memories, but it seems like you are quite the being, said the voice. Issei managed to deepen his voice so that the figure won't recognize him. Tuju Kuroka. I am deeply sorry for what your master did to you and your sister, said Issei. Oh, so you know me? Well, I accept your apology. Too bad I am here to kill you, said Kuroka after flaring her aura. Tuju Kuroka, I am not here to fight, said Issei. Anybody who has ever come here was in close association with my master. They have always tried to use my master's experiments on their own peerage. Either they have died after touching the journal, or were killed by me. I won't let anyone else experience what I and my old peerage did. She screamed as she jumped towards Issei. Issei managed to dodge quickly. His aim was to get out of here. He ran at the windows but was stopped by Kuroka, who came in front of him and blasted a sphere full of concentrated ki. Issei only dodged it and went back. He again went behind him to reach the back door, but Kuroka stopped him again. She used senjutsu to stun Issei's legs. Issei was only stunned for a second, but was able to regain his composure. Why do you run? Come here and fight, she screamed. She had anger in her eyes. Her past experiences were fueling her. If Issei fought her, she would not stand a chance. He might accidentally end up killing her, so he refrained from fighting. Issei was looking around for an exit, but while he was looking around, a ball of ki was fired at his face, breaking the mask and pushing Issei back. Issei's head was down, so Kuroka was not able to see his face. Well, show your face. If you are going to die anyways, at least have some dignity to face me with your head held high, she screamed. Issei had his eyes closed. He knew he was in a tight spot. He tried forming a time sphere, but the chemical gases in the room seemed to corrupt his time sphere to make it unusable. He knew he had no other choice. He slowly lifted his head, keeping his eyes closed. Once his head was lifted, he opened his eyes to see a shocked Kuroka. Her eyes went wide, and it seemed like she had tears forming on her left eye. "No," she whispered. "I am sorry, Kuroka," Issei said before channeling his ki. Kuroka felt him channeling ki and was even more surprised. She gasped. With blinding speed, Issei was right in front of Kuroka. Kuroka gasped as she had no time to react. Issei only tapped her forehead lightly with his thumb. Kuroka was immediately knocked unconscious. Issei sighed. "I am truly sorry, Kuroka. I am not here to use you master's experime." He stopped as he realized something. He went to the curse journal. He put his hand on top of it and started corrupting it. The book started glowing orange and black and it started pixelating. After a few seconds, the book returned to normal. There was, however, a black cloud-like structure next to it. This was the curse. Issei used magic to create a counterspell. The spell itself could easily be countered, but since it was bound to an object, the counterspell was rendered useless as the curse was basically the book itself, and there was no counterspell to a book. The spell and the counterspell clashed and neutralized each other. Issei then opened the book to see the experiments. He was disgusted at some of the experiments after looking at the chemicals used. No wonder it hurt them like crazy, these things are corrosive as hell. He screamed internally. He was flipping through the pages until he saw a page on Nikomata. He studied the experiment. "I see, so this basically snaps a limiter in a Nikomata's heart which is usually snapped with growing age," thought Issei. Issei noticed that Drake wasn't speaking even though he was unpetrified at this point. Drake was broken for a while due to Issei having a talk with him, but he was fine now. Issei realized that Drake was probably extremely disgusted by this man's actions and decided not to speak so as to not burst out in anger. Issei then proceeded to create some chemicals with magic. He reverse-engineered the experiment to create a counter-dose. Since by this age Kuroka's limiter would have been snapped already, she won't gain the limiter back. But this should help the burn in her heart to fade away, thought Issei. He wrote a note on some paper that Issei tore from the journal and put it on Kuroka's unconscious body. He was about to inject the dose into Kuroka's hand, but realized that it would probably be better if Kuroka did that herself. His initial goal was to come here to help Kuroka and Kaneko by finding some counter-doses to the experiments which their master conducted. It seemed like Kaneko fortunately did not go through any experiments, thanks to Kuroka. And he managed to help Kuroka, although it was not as smooth as he expected it to be. He picked up Kuroka and put her outside the abandoned building. He put a barrier around her so that no one would see or sense her until she woke up. Issei created a magic circle. Time skip around an hour. Kuroka just woke up. She started to remember the events that took place. Her heart started beating faster. Issei is alive? Then why didn't he come back? Everyone including me were heartbroken. Why didn't he dash? She started with a panicking voice, until she saw a piece of paper and a syringe on her belly. She picked up the note. "Kuroka, I am extremely sorry for the events that took place today. You must have a lot of questions, but let me just start off by saying that I came there looking for a cure to your disease. I also thought that Kaneko had a disease similar to yours, but you saved her, and I am forever grateful to you for that. The syringe has the cure to your disease. I know that you might not trust me, so I am leaving the syringe to you, so that you can put it in if you wanted to. Now, for the questions you must be having regarding my disappearance. Yes, I am alive and that is thanks to Great Red and Ophis, but I was knocked out for almost 4 months. After I woke up, I wasn't able to bring myself to face my peerage or anyone I was close to. I felt that I needed to be much stronger in order to protect everyone I am close to, as I only barely managed to save everyone last time. That is why I have not returned. I would be really grateful if you could keep it a secret from everyone. Please take care of the Valley team and Kaneko. I hope the syringe works since I am not too good with chemicals. Heh. Don't worry, the worst that could happen is it doing nothing. I really hope you have it in your heart to forgive me about the events that transpired today. With much love, Issei. Kuroka started crying after she read the note. You stupid baka, dumb, no-brained, absolute B. She sobbed. I love you. She smiled. She hugged the letter tight and picked up the syringe. She injected it in her arm. She pushed the cure inside. After a few seconds, she took out the syringe. For the first time in a decade, she felt completely fine. Her eyes widened as she noticed that the burn in her heart has faded completely. She felt good. She started crying again. Please come home quick, Issei, she said while sobbing tears of joy. Kuroka? What happened? Asked a silver-haired male. Oh, Valley, she said while rubbing her tears. Nothing happened. I just came here cause I thought that someone came here again. And as I came near this building, for some reason, some old memories of mine came back. She lied. Valley only analyzed her. She managed to hide the note and the syringe in a patch of grass behind her. Okay then, let's go back. We have training to do, said Valley. Kuroka nodded her head. She took one good look at the building before leaving with Valley. Scene change. Issei entered his field with his magic circle. Issei was going to meditate for a while to recompose himself from the horrifying scenes he witnessed. But as Issei looked up, he saw Keitase and Murayama sleeping on Tiamat's lap, while Tsubaki was sleeping on her shoulder. Issei raised an eyebrow at Tiamat. Fufu, they were really interested in my experiences. As I told them my experience, it seems like they thought they were watching it happen live. At the end, they got tired and dozed off on the most comfortable place they could find. Tiamat was stroking Keitase and Murayama's hair. Issei chuckled slightly. Glad to see you have gotten along with them just fine. Yeah, we have. I guess now it will be even better when we share you in bed, teased Tiamat. Issei went red for a second, before shaking his head to recompose himself. Fufu, you get flustered too easily, Issei, she laughed. Hey. When a beautiful woman is teasing you, you are bound to blush, retorted Issei, to which Tiamat blushed. Yo. I guess I should get some sleep as well, said Issei. Okay, come here, I will be your pillow, said Tiamat happily. But those three are already on your lap and shoulder, said Issei. Tiamat smirked. Issei went really red as he realized what Tiamat meant. And in no way. ICC can't do that to you. Issei stuttered. Oh come on, are you seriously going to decline this offer? Tiamat looked at him with a smirk. Issei's side sat down close to Tiamat. Before he could even say anything, Tiamat used her hands and brought Issei's down to her BRSS. Issei went really red at first, but soon found it rather comfortable. Her BRSTS were big. Bigger than Akino and Rias's BRSTS, but not as big as Fuyuki's. It was also really soft. He snuggled into her BRSTS and fell asleep immediately. Her BRSTS were comfier than any pillow. She let out as she felt Issei snuggling into her BRSS. She bit her lower lip. Even though you are asleep, you still manage to charm women, she thought to herself. After a bit, she fell asleep as well, and the fire they put down on the ground went out. Time skip the next day. Issei. Issei woke up to 3 people calling out his. My, you 3. Tiamat started as Issei started waking up. He got up from her braids, much to her displeasure, and rubbed his eyes. Good morning, Tiamat, he said in a sleepy voice while still yawning. I am sorry you had to wake up like that, Issei, she said with a sad expression. Issei looked around to see Keitase, Murayama and Tsubaki staring at him with a red face. Such indecency, said Tsubaki. Issei-kun, I thought you changed, said Murayama. Do I have to bring my kendo stick already? Sighed Keitase. Issei then realized what they were talking about. His face went red. This is not what you Issei started. Rather than being mad at Issei, you 3 seem to be jealous of me, teased Tiamat. The 3 girls went even more red and looked to a different position on the ground, confirming what Tiamat said. Also, you 3 should have let Issei rest. I can tell that he has not slept well for days now, only around 4 to 5 hours a day at most. Also, I am the dragon of chaos. I can tell when a person has been through a ton of chaos, And last night, Issei was in a place where if any of you were to be in, you would have died. Scolded Tiamat. The three looked down in shame. We're sorry, they said together. It's fine. Tiamat, you don't have to be harsh on them. Issei told Tiamat. You're right, I have to be harsh on you. Why have you not slept well these days? She asked Issei in a worried tone. Well, I was practicing a lot these days. I get up early by myself and I don't feel the need to go to sleep. But thanks to you, I had a great sleep. I saw some really horrible things yesterday, but thanks to you, I didn't dream of said horrible things. He lied. He had the worst nightmare ever. But the sensation of the pillow he was on made him feel much better after he woke up. He is lying. I am sorry, Issei, but the nightmare you had can make people commit suicide. I won't let you lie in such a way. Drake said in an emotionless voice. Issei looked at his boosted gear with an expressionless face, straight face. The girls looked at Issei with worry. Issei, is what Drake telling true? Did you really have such a nightmare? Asked a worried Murayama. It's fine, you all. You don't have to worry, I am not going to go commit suicide after being surrounded by such pretty girls. Issei smiled. This made the girls relieved, but only a little bit. They were worried for Issei. Anyways, you three should be off. Even though it's a Sunday, your parents and friends are probably worried. Said Issei. The girls quickly realized that and went off after waving to Issei and Tiamat. Issei, are you sure you are fine? You seem to have went through a lot yesterday. Even that pathetic dragon inside you is extremely emotionless. Tiamat was worried. Yesterday was a lot to take in. I want to erase my memories from yesterday, but it is a reminder for me that there are really vile people in this world who must be eliminated. He said in a serious tone as he looked down at the ground. The nightmare Issei had was truly horrifying. He really doesn't want to think about it. Tiamat hugged Issei. Issei, you know that you can talk to me about anything. I know, Tiamat. Issei hugged her back. After a few minutes of hugging, they left each other's embrace. Anyways, Tiamat, I am afraid I will have to send you back again. Not because I don't want you here, but because it might be an issue if you stay here. You are not able to block your aura completely, so I have to make an aura barrier around us. Any high-class devil could feel your aura. And also, the familiar master might be worried that you might have gone on a rampage. Said Issei. Tiamat sighed but nodded. Issei created a familiar circle and transported Tiamat back to the familiar forest. So, now I have the fight with Fuyuki, he said to himself. Issei made a magic portal and teleported to the entrance of the library. As he got there, he was surprised to see Fuyuki there, waiting for him. So, you have finally come? Asked Fuyuki. She was giving a cold smirk to Issei. I indeed have. Issei smirked back. Shall we go towards the field? He asked. Let's go, said Fuyuki. Fuyuki led Issei towards the back of the library. When Issei initially looked at the place, he was really confused. It was covered with plants. There were many creepers on the ground and climbers on the walls. Plants had really taken over this place. Looking at Issei's confusion, Fuyuki smirked. She clapped her hands twice. As soon as she did, the plants started contracting. They were slithering away into the wilderness. As the plants slithered away, they revealed a massive field. The ground was emitting an aura that Issei could tell was promotion aura. Basically, any devil pawns would be able to promote on this ground. Although Issei no longer had his pawn pieces and was technically a dragon, he still had an aura of a devil and 8 devil wings. But he didn't have his pawn pieces, which meant that he couldn't promote. Well then, should we get started? Asked Fuyuki. Yeah, we should, replied Issei. Issei and Fuyuki went to opposite sides of the field. As they reached there, they turned to face each other and bowed to each other. After they finished bowing, Fuyuki instantly got into her fighting stance. Issei could feel Fuyuki channeling her yokai energy, but it was not into an attack. A small light started coming out of her head and back. Issei was confused at first, but then he realized. Fuyuki just summoned her fox ears and 9 tails. Fuyuki was a Kyubi kitsune, so going into this form makes her much stronger. Wow, she was already strong, but now she is even stronger. Issei thought to himself. Fuyuki started to make illusions of her. They start surrounding Issei on all sides. They all looked exactly alike, and most ultimate class beings would not be able to sense the real one at all. Fuyuki and her clones started to attack Issei. Fuyuki used Jujutsu to make her stamina and speed higher, costing her defense, kind of light a night promotion but much stronger. She conjured a sphere of reverse flow which would reverse the flow of blood in the user's body. This is usually fatal as the body can't handle this sudden change in its blood flow, and if a person is able to survive, then they would be out cold for at least a few weeks, and that is if you are an exceptionally strong being. She ran at speeds which broke the sound barrier. Just as she reached Issei, she used Jujutsu again to transfer energy from her stamina and speed into defense and attack, sort of like a rook promotion. She covered her fist with the sphere of reverse flow and punched Issei right on the chest. The punch alone would kill an ultimate class being easily, and if it didn't, the sphere of reverse flow would. The ground beneath the impact broke to crumbles. Thankfully, this ground was made out of magic so that it would regenerate immediately, but the parts which broke created a huge cloud of dust which, if there was no barrier, could be seen by the entirety of Kyoto. As the dust started filling up her field of vision, she quickly put her energy into speed and jumped back. As she landed, she was smirking, waiting for Issei to deliver his blow as she thought he could take it. After a bit, she noticed that Issei wasn't attacking. She gave a confused look towards the direction where Issei was. After the dust settled, her competitive face was filled with the look of horror. She saw Issei's body lying on the ground with a pool of blood surrounding him. His eyes were shot open with no life in them. There was a massive hole in his chest with blood oozing out from it. He wasn't breathing, and Fuyuki couldn't sense his life force inside his body. Fuyuki just realized what she had done. Issei was no doubt strong, but he was still just a child. There was no way he would have been able to withstand such power, even though she didn't use it at its max power. Her body started trembling at the realization that she killed him. She thought she was fighting with a being in the top 25 and used a serious amount of power in her move. Issei could have been so much stronger and could have known so much from this challenge, but she overused her powers. Issei! She screamed out in horror. She ran towards Issei's body and knelt down, ignoring the pool of blood that stained her legs. She held his hand and used her powers to sense, even use the little amount of life he had in him to revive him. As she did that, she felt like the life got SCD out of her. She started hyperventilating at first, and then started sobbing. He was gone. Fuyuki was trying to wake herself up from the nightmare she was having. But she wasn't sleeping, she was wide awake, and all the events that transpired were real. She burst into tears holding Issei's body. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." She kept on apologizing to Issei's dead body. She couldn't believe what she had done. Took the life of a child with a bright future. How can she be a person who people would look up to if she committed such a horrible crime? Suddenly, she felt something really hot from behind her. A massive shot of intense heat was about to hit her. It wasn't just any regular fire either, it was foxfire. She was just barely able to dodge the blast. She looked back to see that Issei's body was vaporized. Her eyes went wide, but that was nothing compared to the shock she got when she saw who fired that blast. Playing tricks with your enemy always guarantees that you have the upper hand. Smirked Issei, who was very much alive. Although I do admit that I didn't expect that kind of reaction. Sorry if I made you think that you were a murderer. Issei smiled awkwardly. Fuyuki was furious that Issei played such a trick on her, but at the same time she felt relieved that Issei was just fine. But then she felt confused as to how Issei didn't even have a scratch on him, and then even more confused that he was using foxfire. She had a multitude of emotions that she was feeling at the same time. I wanted to see how much better I have gotten at strategizing. That attack definitely did hit me. I thought that I would counterattack, but then I realized that this dust could help me play a trick. I used Senjutsu to create a much weaker copy of myself and used the same attack you did to practically kill the illusion. I was much more worried about if my illusion could fool you, and I guess it did. So Issei. Fuyuki was still in shock, but then smirked. You are really something else, Issei. If this was a real fight, I was left defenseless for a long time. Thanks to your warning, I was able to save myself. Issei smirked. Fuyuki now got into her battle stance again. Issei was able to withstand her power and he didn't even have a scratch on him. Although she hesitated for a bit, she then decided to use more of her power if she wanted to damage Issei. She ran at Issei at supersonic speeds and started punching him on his torso. She kept on punching and punching as if Issei was a punching bag. Issei just stood there and took in all of her punches with a serious face. It was almost as if he was analyzing something. Fuyuki couldn't believe her eyes. She was punching with a lot of power and Issei just stood there as if he felt nothing. She decided to use a bit more of her power. She created a magic circle. There was a ring around her waist and another around her hands. It had a bright golden light coming from it and had an aura of peace. She casted a defense spell around her as she was vulnerable during the process of forming the magic circle. As the circle finished forming around her, it seemed like she was meditating. She had her eyes closed and her hands were in a praying position. After a few seconds, her eyes shot open. "Whither?" she said in a cold voice. The right immediately went from having a bright golden light to a dark black absence. A really malicious aura surrounded the ring. All of a sudden, a huge beam of darkness was shot out from it. It created a dark aura around whatever it hit, and it hit Issei. The beam lasted for quite a while and it had a huge momentum. After a few seconds, the beam ended, revealing a darkness around Issei. Fuyuki knew this would at least damage him. After the darkness ended, Fuyuki was shocked again. Not a scratch could be seen on Issei. Fuyuki knew now that she needed to use almost all of her power to even damage him. And she did just that. Although she didn't transform into a giant nine-tailed fox, even a low-ranked being would be able to tell that she had now let out her complete aura. Even Issei was taken aback a bit. The magic circle that she had previously had now gone much bigger, and there was a new, much larger third circle which was behind her. Well, it wasn't just one circle. Around 7 or 8 different circles were in a row forming a shape which looked somewhat like a cannon. The largest circle was the one at the back and the smallest one at the front. The cannon then started lighting up. It emitted a bright golden light similar to the previous circle, but this time it emitted an aura of destruction. Fuyuki started muttering a spell. "By the power gifted to me," she started, the ground starts shaking violently. "I shall complete the circle dash." Even the barriers started weakening at some points. The circle that will keep the balance dash, her green-gold eyes now started becoming a graying blue. The circle that will bring forth a new generation dash. Even Issei was uncomfortable because of her aura. The circle of life. The cannon seemed to be charged now. Issei was looking intently at the cannon. The circle of life. Complete destruction. These words sent shivers down Issei's spine, but he still didn't move. Fuyuki's aura was enough to kill ultimate class beings. There was a massive sphere formed at the end of the cannon. It had an aura of destruction coming from it. Restart. The shot was fired and it hit. The barrier was broken. The plants near the field withered. The ground was completely destroyed. A massive cloud of dust was formed around the area of impact. Fuyuki went out of her destruction state. Her ears and tails disappeared. She landed on the ground but was really tired. She hasn't used her power like this in a long time and it really shows. The attack went off perfectly but it took a lot out of her. If she had used her power like this often, then this would not have happened. She looked at the point of impact, half expecting Issei to be dead. She was slightly worried, but also slightly confident that Issei would be alive but he would have taken a lot of damage. Her jaw hit the broken ground. After the dust settled, Issei could be seen. He was completely unharmed, not even a scratch. "I am possibly, that was my strongest attack," Fuyuki exclaimed. Issei smirked. "My turn." He conjured up some energy in his throat and his neck was glowing. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and a bright blue flame came out. It was fox fire, and this time it was much stronger. Fuyuki widened her eyes. She wasn't able to get out in time and it hit her dead on. There was dust covering up the area once again. After the dust settled, Fuyuki could be seen lying on the ground with many burns and bruises. She was bleeding out from some of those burns as well. She was barely conscious. How? She asked before fainting. Issei went close to her and healed her up with senjutsu. After she woke up, she saw a smiling Issei. Wow, I lost really bad. She sighed to herself. Just before Issei was about to say something, he felt a presence. The withered plants flourished again. The ground seemed to be recreated. Every bit of destruction was restored. Both of them heard clapping. "Why Yasaka-sama?" called out Issei. Yasaka appeared before both of them and she smiled. "Sigh, I'm sorry you had to see me like this," sighed Fuyuki. Yasaka went up to Fuyuki and hugged her. Fuyuki, although surprised at first, hugged Yasaka back. "Don't be. I am proud that my best friend still has the power she used to have." Yasaka smiled. Fuyuki gave smile back to her. She turned towards Issei. "You are a really interesting being, Security. She held her chin as if she was thinking. Issei quickly realized that his 2 remaining brain cells forgot to tell him that he is standing before the Yukai leader. He quickly knelt down. "Fufu, at ease Issei. It would be weird for a being stronger than me to kneel before me." She smiled. Issei got up slowly. "I am honored to be recognized as such by the Yukai leader." As he got up and saw both Yasaka and Fuyuki together, he noticed something strange. They both had the same power level, but their auras were the complete opposite of each other. Although their auras were the opposite, they seemed to combine together to form an even stronger aura. Issei closed his eyes and smiled. "I now understand. I have read it in the lore that there were 2 great Yukai leaders who the most feared duo in the war. They managed to protect their kingdom but had to divide it due to conflict. He started." Yasaka and Fuyuki smiled as they heard Issei realization. "The Daiukai of created and the Daiukai of destruction. I knew that they were extremely strong beings, but I didn't know they were kitsunes." Said Issei. "Yeah, our great-grandfathers were kitsune. Once our great-grandfathers died, there was a huge conflict that led to the division. Although our grandparents and parents did not inherit their power, we did," said Yasaka. "Although our families drifted apart from each other, me and Yasaka were the best of friends ever since we were children," smiled Fuyuki. Issei bowed again. "I am honored to have fought against the great Daiukai of destruction," said Issei. Fuyuki pouted. Issei, sad face, don't be so formal with me now." "It's weird," said Fuyuki. Issei gave an awkward smile while Yasaka laughed. "Say I would like to have a spar session with you as well. I see that you defeated Fuyuki with ease, and she has power which is equal to mine. So I expecting to lose going into the fight, but I want to experience it by myself," she said with a smile. "Sure, I would love to." Issei smiled back. But then he quickly realized something. He was about to say something before Yasaka spoke up again. "Don't worry, I know you have been incognito for a while, and I won't tell anyone about your secret." She put a finger on her lip and winked at Issei. Issei was calm and composed on the outside but was running wild inside. "Oh man, 2 beautiful kitsune one-isamas are before me, how am I this composed is what was going on in Issei's mind. "Anyways, I have to attend a meeting right now. I look forward to our fight." Yasaka waved at Issei before teleporting. "Hey Fuyuki, how come you are not a leader like Yasaka?" Issei asked. "Well, because of 2 reasons. First, my parents were generals in the East Yukai faction, although I was much more attached to the West faction. Second, I always had a dream of making a place of knowledge. I thought of making a school, but then I thought that it would be much better for me to make a library instead. And so I did, and I am happy that it is considered a great library. Thanks to Yasaka and many supernatural leaders, my library is thriving and I am so happy to see so many people come here and make themselves feel at home as they read the books," she said happily. "You are truly wonderful." Issei smiled. Fuyuki blushed madly. "Anyways." She composed herself. "So what is my punishment? What do you want me to do?" she asked. Issei almost forgot about the punishment. The whole fight was just a plan for Issei to analyze the power of Fuyuki, and he was greatly impressed with her. He didn't really have something in mind, so he just said, how about you teach me your destruction power? I didn't really find a book on that in the library, so why don't you teach me that? Asked Issei. Fuyuki looked slightly sad, but then replied. Sure, why not? You seem to take in any sort of power, so I guess it will aid you. She said. She looked down sorrowfully, but still had a smile on her. I thought he would ask me for my Virgie. What am I thinking about? She thought to herself and quickly shook her head. She had completely fallen for Issei. Issei also had something else in mind, but was too scared to say it. But he built up the courage to do so. I also have one more thing I want you to do. It's not anything big, but I just want you to close your eyes. Issei said while looking away with a blush. Fuyuki was confused, but decided to do so. She closed her eyes. After a few seconds, she felt a small peck on her lips. She opened her eyes and was shocked. Issei was bowing down with a huge blush on his face. I am so sorry. I really liked you and I couldn't really hold myself and... Fuyuki pulled him up by grabbing his shirt and kissed him. Issei was extremely shocked, but later reciprocated the kiss. Issei was taller than Fuyuki, so as he stood up completely, he had to bend his head down and Fuyuki had to bend her head up to continue the kiss. Issei held Fuyuki's waist and her head and Fuyuki held the back of Issei's neck to deepen the kiss. They both hummed as they felt each other's tongue. Oh man, her skin and lips are so soft and her tongue feels so warm. Oh man, his body is so unusually strong and his tongue feels amazing. They both kissed for almost 2 minutes before breaking the kiss for some much-needed air. After a few seconds, Fuyuki pulled him back for round 2, making him lose his balance and both of them fell on the ground. They didn't care though, as they continued kissing for at least a minute. As they broke the kiss, "You had no idea how long I was waiting for this," said Fuyuki with a loving smile. "I always thought you were being nice to me as a librarian." Issei told to Fuyuki, "So that's why I didn't really make a move. Initially I was, but after the first day, I seemed to have longed to see you more often. I didn't really realize it until today, but I had completely fallen for you." She smiled. They hugged each other on the ground for some time, until Issei heard some sobbing. "You really made me think I killed you. Please, never do that again." She sobbed slightly. Issei hugged her tighter. Both Issei and Fuyuki blushed as this happened. Both felt each other's chest and blushed for different reasons. "I am sorry I made you so worried. I promise to never do such a thing to you again." He smiled. Fuyuki snuggled into Issei's torso. After a while, they got up. "That was..." started Issei. Fuyuki smiled at seeing Issei blush. "I am glad that I can be a part of your harem." She smiled. As he heard the word harem, he thought about them. Oh, how much he missed them. Seeing this, Fuyuki asked, "Issei, is there something troubling you? You know you can tell me anything, right?" Issei sighed. "Okay, but I also need to explain this to another person. So I will tell you both together," he said as he summoned a familiar circle. Fuyuki was confused. After the light ended, "Issei? It is quite odd that you called me right in," started Tiamat. She stopped when she saw a familiar face along with Issei. She smiled and bowed. "It's been a long time, Fuyuki." Fuyuki smiled and bowed back. "It has, Tiamat." Issei was confused. "You two know each other?" he asked. The West Yukai faction allied with the dragons to help them in political causes. Me and Yasaka were some of the people who always were with the dragons in some political meetings, said Fuyuki. And we will be forever grateful for that. Tiamat smiled. I see. Well, this makes things much more easier for me, he said. Tiamat and Fuyuki looked confused. As Issei started explaining the events, both Tiamat and Fuyuki had their eyes open wide. The amount of pain that must be going through Issei. As he finished explaining, he started sobbing. This shook both Fuyuki and Tiamat. They had never seen him sobbing. I really don't know what to do. One part of me wishes to see them again, and another part of me tells me I am not ready. What do I do? He completely broke down here. Fuyuki and Tiamat both went and hugged him tightly. Issei, I can understand you not wanting to meet them until you are sure that you can protect them as long as you are alive. But in doing so, You are causing so much pain to yourself, said Fuyuki. If this keeps on happening, you will go insane. I can't see you in such a state, Issei, said Tiamat. Issei calmed down a bit and hugged them back. Thank you guys. Thank you. After some time, they broke the hug. I will have to take one step at a time. And it will start from right now, said Issei. He thanked both Tiamat and Fuyuki for their help. Tiamat wished to stay with Fuyuki a bit to catch up. Issei agreed and put his hand on Tiamat's palm. Tiamat was confused. She could feel Issei transmitting some energy to her. I am making it so that you are able to summon the familiar portal by your wish. You no longer need me to make it for you to visit me. He smiled. Tiamat hugged Issei. Thank you. She was overjoyed. After breaking the hug, Issei waved at the two, who waved back at Issei. He summoned a magic circle and disappeared. It's been such a long time. But first things first, how did you and Issei meet? Asked Fuyuki. Scene change. A few days ago, there was a meeting going on between angels, fallen angels, devils, Norse and the Greek. So, Ajuka, it seems like you were able to form the pieces? Asked a handsome man with crimson red hair. Yes, Surzex, they have been made. The machine which dispenses the pieces has also been made. The only thing left is to announce it, said another handsome man with green hair. Well then, let's go through the thing again, shall we? Asked a man with bronze eyes and long blonde hair. Zeus, we have already discussed the whole thing many times. Why again? Asked a rather old man with white hair. Because, Odin, we can never be too sure, replied the blonde man. The meeting was going on between Surzex, Ajuka, the Norse god Odin, the green god Zeus, Archangel Michael and Azazel. I agree with Zeus, we should revise once more, said Azazel. Azazel was broken from the inside because of the demise of the guy he thought of as his son. But he had to keep a cool and easygoing attitude on the outside. Very well then, let us first revise the way this would be conducted, said Michael. The participants who are willing to be the king piece have to go through a series of obstacles in the tower we have made for them. They would have to enter their name and race for them to enter. After they do, they will enter the room which will lead them to the first obstacle, the impenetrable wall. The wall would be looked over by Graphia Lucifuge. If they manage to pass the wall, they will reach the second floor, the floor of instinct. The floor will have a number of traps and arrows coated with destructive poison will be shot from random places. This floor will be looked over by Barakiel. They will then reach the third floor, the floor of technique. This floor will be looked over by Dulio and he will be the one conducting it. He will cast a few spells on the participant and the participant will have to dodge every spell he casts. After they have succeeded, they will move on to the fourth floor, the face-off. This floor will be guarded and conducted by Tannen. The participant will have to face off with Tannen for this one. If they succeed to impress him and Tannen lets them pass, they will go to the last floor, the floor of power. This is where they will get the match pieces. They will have to let off all of their power in a shot of concentrated energy into a machine, and this will give them their pieces. This floor will be guarded by me, said Ajuka. Now let us revise how the pieces will work, said Michael. The pieces have been engineered in such a way that it can be used to convert people into supernatural beings. But it can also be used on other supernatural beings and it will not change their race. For example, if it is used on an angel, then the king would have a choice to turn her into a devil or if she would continue to be an angel. If it is the king piece, then the person receiving the king piece would not be stripped of their current race unless they want to, said Azazel. Very well, now for date and name. We shall conduct it in 4 months after the announcement, and the announcement is in 3 days. As for the name, Surzex scowled at the last part. This made the other leaders scowl as well. Azazel Cup. Azazel smirked. Hey, a game of rock paper scissors is completely fair, he said. Michael sighed. Anyways, it seems like the basics are revised, and the advanced things are yet to be determined. So let us talk about the advanced things. Time skip, scene change. Azazel Cup? Really? Sighed Rias. As I said, a game of rock paper scissors is completely fair. Azazel smirked. The Cup of Fury was a much better name. Sighed Aquino. Agreeing with an angel, eh? Oh well, can't blame you for liking that charming BSRD, Michael. Said Azazel. Ugh. Anyways, it seems like high-class and ultimate-class devils are pardoned from the obstacles? Asked Rias. Yep. Replied Azazel. It seems like we now know everything. And we already have a peerage, so we should go and get our match pieces already. You coming, Sona? Asked Rias. In a bit. My sister will come for a bit to discuss some family matters. Said Sona. Anyways, we will be off. Good luck with your sister. Smiled Rias. Thanks, I will need it. Sona smiled back. Tsubaki, let's go. Hi, Kaicho. After Sona and Tsubaki left. Azazel, I know that dash. Rias wanted to comfort Azazel because she knew that he is hurting inside, but was cut off by. Azazel, if you want to comfort me, then it's no use. Thank you for trying, but stuff has already changed. Said Azazel. If one watched closely, a small tear could be seen forming. He quickly got up, formed a magic circle and teleported away. Rias sighed and looked down. Even Azazel was still hurting. Rias. Aquino put a hand on her shoulder. Thank you, Aquino. But now that we know this huge cup is coming, we have to train harder. And Aquino, I need you to specifically train Renjiro and give him knowledge. Said Rias. Aquino scowled at hearing Renjiro's name, but she calmed down and sighed. I will, but I will at least need Asia with me to give me emotional support. Rias smiled at Aquino's reluctance. You can take everyone if you need. Murayama has gotten extremely strong with Hauteclair and is an incredible pawn and knight. We just need Renjiro to be good in order to fill the space. She sighed at the end. Aquino sighed as well. Understood. She said before going off to give Renjiro and earful. Rias followed her. With Sona and Tsubaki. How do you think the peerage will react? Asked Sona to her queen. I think this will be a good lift of morale for the peerage. They have been noticeably down ever since the incident. Said Tsubaki. Sona sighed. I agree. As they were going, Tsubaki felt something. It felt like Issei was calling to her. Excuse me, Kaicho, but I forgot that I had a meeting with my family today. Would you please excuse me? Asked Tsubaki. Sona looked at Tsubaki curiously, before sighing. Sure, Tsubaki. You are free to go. Thank you, Kaicho. Tsubaki formed a magic circle and teleported. Something is going on with that girl. Sona thought. Scene change. Tsubaki teleported to where Issei's place was. She saw him sting down on a rock. Oh, you came? I thought you might not have felt my call. Smiled Issei. Super sense, remember? Tsubaki smiled. Anyways, why did you call me here? She asked. Sight, okay so. Issei explained his plan to Tsubaki. Tsubaki's eyes widened. So I need better clothes. Ever since I have been reincarnated, I have had the same jacket and red shirt. I was almost noticed by someone, so I had to zip up my jacket. I am only asking for a little bit of money to buy some clothes. I promise to pay you back after I get hold of my bank account. Issei joined his hands and pleaded to Tsubaki. Tsubaki stuttered for a bit after seeing Issei pray. Why you don't have to pay me back? Just tell me what type of clothes you want and I will get them for you. Thank you, you are the best. Issei said. This caused Tsubaki to blush. I will use the power I gave you to connect with you. I will be able to see what you will see for a while. He said. Hold on, this might take a moment. He started to create a link between Tsubaki and him. After a few minutes, it was connected. Tsubaki gasped as she felt Issei's soul. I guess you feel my soul? Asked Issei. I do. She replied. I know I am taking up some of your time. I would really not like to take any more of your time, so I would ask, if it is possible, to get the clothes now. Issei asked awkwardly. Tsubaki sighed and smiled. Sure. She created a magic circle and went to a supermarket complex which was known to be filled with supernatural beings. Scene change. Hey Tsubaki, can you hear me? Issei was talking with Tsubaki through her mind. Whoa, this is weird. said Tsubaki in her mind. Do you talk to Drake like this? How do you manage to do so? She felt really awkward. Well, after a long time, you get used to talking to a stinking dragon in your mind. Issei chuckled. I heard that, said Drake, surprising Tsubaki even further. Yes, I know, replied Issei. Why can I head Drake? Tsubaki was really confused. Well, Drake is connected to me and I am connected to you. So by Euclid's axiom, Drake is connected to you. Chuckled Issei. Tsubaki gave a smiling sigh. I am surprised you even know who Euclid is. Hey, I am not that dumb, said Issei. You are though, chuckled Drake. Shut up, Drake, he cut the connection with Drake. Anyways, let's go. Yes. Tsubaki agreed. Tsubaki started walking. The complex was huge. There were 2 floors and each floor had many shops. The ground floor was filled with shops which sold everyday items like pens, bottles, glues, and even things like beds and tables. They were of course not completely normal. They had some sort of magic in them which did different things. That is why so many shops could be seen selling the same thing, as people sometimes preferred a pen which wrote faster than a pen which had a much higher ink capacity and vice versa. The second floor was the fashion floor. Makeup, lipstick, clothes, you name it. After walking for a bit, she reached a shop. This shop. I like the type of clothes they have displayed. They are simple yet elegant. Issei told Tsubaki in her mind. Okay, she replied. She went into the shop and was greeted by a nice smell of clothes. There were a variety of clothes from vests, t-shirts, shirts, etc. They had sizes and types for everyone. Hello ma'am, how may I help you? Tsubaki turned to her side to see a person on the counter. She was a lady who looked like she was in her mid-20s. She had slightly curly black hair which reached down to her neck. She had a wheatish complexion making her look elegant. Hello. I am here to look at some clothes to get for my friend in his birthday, said Tsubaki. You are really good at lying on the spot. I wonder how many things you have not told me. Issei teased her. Tsubaki told him to shut up in her mind. What type of clothes does your friend like? The lady asked. Issei? She asked Issei in her mind. Something like a long-sleeve hoodie. Issei replied. He likes long-sleeved hoodies, said Tsubaki. Looks like you are quite lucky. We just received a new line of hoodies and they are on sale. The lady smiled. Follow me please. Tsubaki followed the lady to a place where there were a lot of hoodies, all of them as elegant as the next. Well, which one do you fancy? The lady asked. Tsubaki looked around. She stopped when she saw a black hoodie. It was made of cotton and it had 3 buttons near the neck. It had 2 hand pockets near the stomach on each side of the hoodie. There were multicolored tribal designs on the torso and the sleeves. How about this one, Issei? She asked the guy in her head. You really seem to know the things I like. Issei liked the hoodie. This one, she pointed at that hoodie. Good choice. This is a limited edition version which turns into a short sleeve and a long sleeve if you just think about it being a short or long sleeve. The lady used magic to show how the cloth turned into a long sleeve and short sleeve at will. So, would you like to take this one? The lady asked. Tsubaki looked at the price tag. It was decently expensive but not too much. She nodded at the lady. The lady quickly summoned a shopping bag and a plastic wrap and wrapped it around the cloth. She put the hoodie in the shopping bag. Anything else? She asked Tsubaki. A pair of jeans, replied Tsubaki, which shocked Issei. Please follow me, replied the lady. Tsubaki, you don't have to get anything else for me, Issei told Tsubaki. I know. I just want to give you something on my own. She smiled. This made Issei smile as well. As the lady showed her some jeans, she took a simple yet elegant-looking one. After her choice, they went back to the counter to pay for the things. The price was decently high but Tsubaki paid for it without any hesitation. Please come again, the lady told Tsubaki as she left. Tsubaki nodded and left the store. Anything else, Issei? She asked. You have bought me more than enough things, Tsubaki. Thank you. Issei thanked Tsubaki. Tsubaki created a magic circle and teleported to Issei's field. Scene change. As soon as she got to the field, Issei immediately went towards her and kissed her. She was surprised, but later got into the kiss. It wasn't a long kiss, but it still made Tsubaki happy. "Thank you so much," Issei thanked Tsubaki with a warm smile. It was nothing really." Tsubaki was blushing slightly. Issei smiled at her. "Anyways, I think you should get going before anyone notices," he told Tsubaki. Tsubaki nodded. "There is one thing I have to tell you though, it is about a type of rating game." Tsubaki started. Issei was curious. After Tsubaki explained the thing to him, he sighed. "Azazel Cup? Really? Tell me about it." Tsubaki sighed as well. "Anyways, thank you for the info. It seems like Rias will get her pieces already, so I won't be her pawn unfortunately. Good luck for the games," he told Tsubaki. "Thank you, and I hope your plan goes smoothly," she waved at Issei and then left. Issei immediately created a time dome. "Azazel Cup. This might be good for our plan, Daily. This is a win-win situation. Although I'm sorry that you won't be able to participate as Rias's pawn," said Drake. "It's fine, Drake," he told to his partner. Issei tried on his new clothes. The hoodie and jeans fit him perfectly. His new and handsome face seemed to have been greatly complimented by his new clothes. "You look good, partner," Drake complimented. "Thanks, Drake. It feels good to finally have some new clothes." Issei put his old shirt and pants into his pocket dimension. "Scene change." Tsubaki teleported to the student council room. "Tsubaki?" asked her king. "Sorry, Kaicho. I asked my parents to be excused as soon as possible as I had some work, but it seems like I was late." She sighed. "Don't worry, Tsubaki. I was able to handle my sister just fine this time. She was only talking about the gathering of the devil families at the Azazel Cup. It seems like she has also not recovered." Sona sighed. "Anyways, let's catch up to Rias. She is probably already at the tower." "Hi, Kaicho," replied Tsubaki. Sona got her peerage and teleported to the underworld. Scene change. Sona and her peerage teleported to the coordinates given by Azazel. They saw a huge building, but the thing that really shocked them was the crowd. It has only been a day since the announcement, but lines of devils, angels and fallen angels have already formed before the building. They were going through the registration PRD. Sona saw Rias waving at her. She and her peerage quickly went to where Rias was. "Can you believe this crowd?" asked Rias. "It's completely nuts. The announcement just happened yesterday." "I know. It looks like everyone is happy that there is going to be some action after the incident," said Sona, regretting she said anything towards the end. Rias sighed. "It's fine, Sona. Anyways, seems like your entire peerage is here," she asked. "Yep," she replied. "I am kind of surprised you didn't switch Renjiro for K-Tace." She smiled. Renjiro was too busy being scolded by Akino again, presumably because he insulted Issei again. Rias sighed. "I'm telling you, I should have done so from the start. But now that he is part of my peerage, I can't not include him, even if he is absolutely worthless." "You seem to really care about your servants, Rias," Sona complimented her. "I know, even if they don't deserve it." Rias kept on sighing. "What do I do with him?" Sona put a hand on Rias's shoulder, but before she could say anything, she heard an announcement. "Registrations have now started. Low-class and middle-class beings, please come to gate number 1, high-class beings to gate number 2, and ultimate-class beings to gate number 3." This voice was none other than Graphia Lucifuchs. Looks like the registrations have started." "See you, Sona," said Rias. "You too, Rias," Sona replied. Both the leaders went to their peerages. "You all need to come with me to gate number 2, even though you all are not high-class, yet you all are part of my current peerage, and high-class and ultimate-class beings can get their pieces today itself," said Rias. Of them nodded their head and followed her. They reached gate No. There was a fallen angel with glasses who was taking the name. He and the other people at the gate had the power of analyzing. They could analyze power as well as class. He could analyze that Rias was a high-class devil by both class and power. The rest of her peerage, including Murayama, were also high-class in terms of power, excluding Renjiro. Even in terms of power, he was no more than a low-class devil. Even though he knew who she was, he had to follow procedure. Name: Rias Gremory. Caste: Devil. Class: High. Do you have a peerage? Yes. Class of peerage? Low except 2 mid. Very well, please follow this line towards the elevator. This will take you to the final floor of the building where you can get your pieces. Thank you. Rias and her peerage went towards the elevator. The elevator seemed small from the outside, but it could easily fit all of her peerage. As they reached the top floor, the elevator stopped and the doors opened. The room they just entered was decently big. It had many wood pillars around the room which had various carvings in them. The room itself looked old, but it was actually new. In the middle of the room were the 2 Maus Ajuka and Seraphol, Graphia, Archangel Michael and Seraphim Dulio and Azazel. Rias Gremory, welcome, said Ajuka. Hello Rias. It's been a long time, said Seraphol. Hello Maus Ajuka and Seraphol, Archangel Michael, Seraph Dulio and Governor General Azazel. Rias and her peerage bowed. So Rias, I presume you know what to do now? Asked Michael. I do, Archangel Michael, said Rias. Rias saw a machine beside the Maus. It was a weird-looking machine with a giant hole on it. There were see-through tubes everywhere. There was also an opening on the bottom. Rias closed her eyes. She concentrated all of her energy into a small sphere. It had a red aura of destruction around it. Of course, this was nothing compared to the Maus' power, but they were impressed. Rias had gotten much stronger than before. This place had an aura which let the beings inside them unleash their full power at the current moment. As Rias reached her complete potential at that time, she released the sphere into the machine. The machine then absorbed the sphere. The see-through tubes could be seen turning red. The machine started making a whirring noise. After a few moments, the machine stopped making the noise. A few moments later, a box came out of the bottom of the machine. Seraphol motioned Rias to take the box. As she took the box and opened it, she was shocked. There were the 16 chess pieces, but the thing that surprised her was that one of the bishops and one of the pawns were mutated. Well, looks like you have 2 mutated pieces. Congrats, said Seraphol with a smile. She couldn't believe it. She had 1 mutated bishop piece before, but that was only thanks to her family power. But now she had 2. This was a big jump from having 1 piece to 2, especially for a high-class devil. Well, now that you have your pieces, you can use them on your peerage. Since you already have a peerage, they will cost the same as they did when you reincarnated them. However, if you use a mutated piece on a previously mutated piece, the piece will not get any extra benefits, said Michael, so it is recommended that you should use it on another piece. Rias looked at the pieces, and then looked at her peerage. Will you all fight alongside me? Will you all fight, knowing the thorny path that lies ahead? Hi Bucho. Her peerage was energetic. This put tears in her eyes. Very well then, fight alongside me. As my pawns. 8 pawn pieces went towards Murayama and Renjiro. 4 pawn pieces went inside Murayama and combined with her original pieces. 3 pawn pieces and a mutated piece went to Renjiro. Rias didn't send the mutated piece to complement Renjiro, rather, she sent it as Renjiro needs all the help he can get. They combined with Renjiro. As my rooks. 2 rook pieces went to Kaneko and Rosweiss and combined with their old pieces. As my knights. 2 knight pieces went to Zenobia and Kiba and combined with their old pieces. As my bishops. A bishop piece went to Gasper and combined with his old mutated piece, and the mutated bishop piece went to Asia and combined with her old piece. And as my queen. The queen piece went to Aquino and combined with her old piece. As the pieces went inside their bodies, now, for the piece that makes you their leader, said Michael. The king piece automatically came forward and combined with her old king piece. Since the pieces you gave to your peerage coincide with the pieces they already had, they won't feel different as the pieces merely combined, not giving any power. The exceptions are the mutated pieces. Your other bishop and your pawn will be stronger because of the mutation pieces, said Ajuka. Rias nodded. All right then, we all need to start working hard. Especially you, Renjiro. She set her eyes on Renjiro. She was not going to let the mutation piece go in vain. Asia, you as well. You too can now be much stronger thanks to your mutation pieces. Yeah, who is the better pawn now, pervert? Renjiro screamed. Akino gave a death stare towards him while the others just sighed. But this time, Serafal seemed to give him a death stare as well. What did you say? Serafal was exerting a dangerous aura. Yeah, I think we should go now. Rias practically pushed her peerage into the elevator. Renjiro, you really need to fix that attitude of yours. I am kinda surprised that we haven't torn you to pieces yet. Rias sighed.